Chapter 1751. Emotion glanced at them and smiled gently. I'm worried that if I tell you, my other eye will be swollen too. Feng Jiu couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at Xianyuan Mose, who was glaring coldly at Emochan, and smiled at Emochan. That won't happen. Mose isn't an impulsive person. Xianyuan Mose, who was beside her, smiled happily when he heard that. His woman was protecting him. Emochan glanced at Xianyuan Mose and said, All right then, I'll be frank. My master asked me to come down the mountain and follow you. I've told you the reason before. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly startled. She remembered that he had told her before that she was the star of the phoenix. He had also said that the tribulation on him would be born because of her and die because of her. However, she had never believed this and had never taken it to heart. Now that he had said this, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Is there no way to break it? She looked at him and asked. Xianyuan Mose snorted coldly. Break what tribulation? Was he trying to rely on his woman? The only way to break it is for me to stay by your side. It's unavoidable. He spoke casually, as if he didn't care about this tribulation. Feng Jiu fell silent. After a long while, he said, If that's the case, then you can stay. Since they were acquaintances, she naturally didn't want him to die because of her. However, she felt that it would be better if he didn't stay by her side. If he stayed by her side, this tribulation might really. Xianyuan Mose didn't say anything. He only focused on eating. In his mind, he thought that his punch was too light. For the next 2 days, He personally brewed medicine for the monarch to drink, while Feng Jiu went into seclusion, wholeheartedly refining pills and medicines. He wanted to help Xianyuan Mose's father recover as soon as possible. Perhaps it was due to the demise of the monarch of Qishui province and the submission of the Dong, Yao Empire that the entire Xianyuan Empire had calmed down. Those forces that were ready to make a move didn't dare to show their faces after seeing the situation. In the following month, the Luoyue Empire was also annihilated. A large empire was directly annexed by East Yao, and the remaining empire was not spared either. By the time the people from the upper continents found out about the 8 great empires, it was already too late. They sent out people, and when they found out that the ghost Dr. Feng Jiu had appeared again, they quickly reported the news. Murong Yixian, who also received the news, rushed to the residence and told the news to Feng Sanyuan. What? Did Feng Girl really kill the Qishui Empire's monarch? She even subdued the Dong, Yao Empire and annexed the other 2 empires? Feng Sanyuan asked in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. No matter which one of the 8 great empires it was, they weren't to be trifled with. Wasn't she a peak nascent soul cultivator? Even if she advanced, she should only be a fairy realm expert. With the strength of a fairy realm expert, how could she do all this? Could it be that someone helped her? It's true. I also just received the news. Murong Yixian sighed in his heart. No matter where she was, her radiance was so dazzling that it made people feel inferior. Then she's going to the 8 great empires now. Feng Sanyuan asked. His voice paused, and he asked again, Is she in the Xianyuan Empire? Where's Xianyuan Mose? Chapter 1752. She's in Xianyuan Palace now. If we go now, we might be able to meet her. If we go later, I think she'll come to the upper continent. Murong Yixian said warmly. He thought of Feng Jiu and her personality. He didn't need to ask to know that the upper continent's forces had destroyed the Phoenix dynasty that she had built up. This matter definitely wouldn't be settled just like that. Then what are we waiting for? I'll pack up immediately and bring Sushi back. He rushed inside while shouting, Sushi! Sushi! Pack up quickly, we'll go back immediately. They had been here for so long. Although Murong Yixian had sent someone to send a message over, he didn't know if they had received it. It was better for them to go back and take a look. Moreover, their son was still there. The child was still so young. He wouldn't be at ease if they weren't by his side. Sushi heard the voice and looked over. Seeing Murong Yixian there, she nodded at him. Young Master Murong is here. She had just finished speaking when she was pulled into the room by Feng Sanyuan. Yishuan said that Feng Girl is now in Xianyuan Empire. Let's hurry back in case we can't meet her again. Hearing this, Sushi smiled. All right, then we'll set off immediately. They didn't have many things, so they could just pack up and leave. Thinking that her son was still there, she became excited when she heard that they were going back. She guessed that she hadn't seen her son for a long time. The child was still growing, so he should have grown a lot, right? Morong Ixin watched them go into the room and came out after a while. He walked up. Grandpa Feng, I'll send you back. After not seeing her for so long, he also wanted to see how she was doing. This. Feng Sanyuan hesitated and asked, Is this appropriate? Will it delay your matters? No. He smiled warmly in response. Then I'll have to trouble you. Feng Sanyuan sighed in his heart. He knew that he wanted to go back and see Feng Girl. However, the past was the past. Even if he saw her, what could he do? Therefore, Morong Yixin took the bodyguard in black with him and boarded the flying ship together with them, heading towards the Xinyuan Empire downstream. On the other side, other than Fengzhou handing out some medicine for half a month, she had been in seclusion for an entire month and did not come out. During this period of time, Guanxilin had returned with the Phoenix Guards. At the same time, the Emperor of Eastern Glory Empire had also arrived at the Xinyuan Empire. Another half a month passed. On this day, 3 heavenly thunders rumbled in the sky. The people guarding outside the alchemy room saw that after the 3 heavenly thunders fell, the entire palace was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. It should be done, Guanxilin said with a smile on his resolute face. I knew that there's nothing the ghost doctor can't do. Hui Lang said with a grin, feeling a little excited. This was a pill that could restore the Dantian. Needless to say, just this ability alone was enough to shock the world. In the cultivation world, a destroyed Dantian was equivalent to being crippled. Many cultivators who had their Dantian destroyed were like cripples. Now that there was this pill, as long as the news of this pill that could restore Dantian spread, the entire cultivation world would be shaken. Chapter 1753. Xinyuan Mose waited quietly, listening to the conversations of the people around him. His gaze was fixed in front of him. After a while, he saw a red figure walking out from inside. Only then did he walk up to her. You've been in seclusion refining pills for so long. Is your body all right? He asked softly, looking at her tired face. I'm fine. Look. She shook the bottle in her hand, revealing a joyful smile. Look, I've refined it. There's hope for your father to recover his Dantian. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose didn't know what to say for a moment. He only felt his heart fill with bitterness. He knew that if that person wasn't his father, she wouldn't have locked herself in the pill refining room for almost 2 months just to refine this pill. Thousands of words turned into a sigh. He reached out and hugged her. Go and rest first. I'll accompany you later. All right. Fengzhou smiled in response, looking at Guanxilin. Brother, you're back? We're back. Everything's done. Don't worry about anything. Guanxilin smiled. That's good. Is everyone all right? She asked. Yes, everyone's fine. Not a single person is missing. Luo Yu answered from the side. Hearing this, she nodded. I won't talk much with you today. Tomorrow, let's celebrate tomorrow. All right. Guanxilin smiled in response, saying, Then go and rest. Saying this, everyone retreated, making a path for them. Seeing Xinyuan Mose leave with her in his arms, they gathered together again to chat. Master is amazing. He even refined this pill. Do you think he'll be able to refine a pill that can bring the dead back to life in the future? Luo Yu said with a smile, his tone full of yearning. Beside him, Fan Lin heard this and said, That shouldn't be possible. How can a pill that can bring the dead back to life be so easy to refine? In this world, the impossible can sometimes become possible, said Mo Chun. She glanced at the crowd, smiled, and then turned to leave. Everyone was deep in thought as they listened to his words. Then, they heard Guanxilin's voice. All right, let's go. I'll treat everyone to a drink. He patted them on their shoulders and led them away. The monarch of Dong, Yao Empire, stood there awkwardly. He paused for a moment before following them. He was originally planning to return to the Dong, Yao Empire, but Guanxilin dragged him here. His identity was a little awkward here, and he could only hope that he could explain things to Fengzhou in a couple of days before returning to Dongyao. On the other side, Xianyuan Mose, who had brought Fengjiu back to the palace, sat outside the room and waited. In the room, Fengjiu took a bath and changed into a red dress. After drying her hair, she walked out and sat down at the table. Has anything happened recently? Are there any other forces in the upper reaches taking action? They sent some people over, but we took care of them. After a few batches of people, they quieted down and didn't take action again. Xianyuan Mose took the hairband she handed over and gently tied up her silky hair behind her back, leaving only 2 strands to fall on her cheeks. It added a charming and enchanting look to her already beautiful face. Chapter 1754. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. That's because you have to keep watch here. Otherwise, with your strength at the peak of Sage Immortal, how could you not be able to handle it? She was only able to see the level of his strength after advancing to Sage Immortal. She had the help of pills, and she also had a profound spirit body, which was why her cultivation was so fast. On the other hand, he cultivated solidly. Hearing her say that she was at the peak of Sage Immortal, Xianyuan Mose looked deeply at her. It's not easy for you to reach Sage Immortal in half a year. With this kind of strength, she was only 1 step away from advancing. To go upstream, this kind of strength is not enough. As she spoke, she thought of her grandfather and the others who were killed by the forces of the upper continents, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. She wouldn't let this go. She would definitely make them pay a painful price. Wait until my father's body recovers, then I'll go with you. He held her hand and said. Fengjiu didn't say anything and only leaned into his embrace. No one knew what she was thinking. At the same time, outside the Xianyuan palace, a flying ship slowly descended. After the ship stopped, Feng Sanyuan and Su Shi walked out of the ship and arrived at the palace gates. Murong Yixian also walked out from behind, followed by the black-clothed man, who stood next to Feng Sanyuan. Who is it? The palace guard guarding the palace gates shouted in a deep voice. Go and report that I'm Feng Sanyuan. Knowing that these people didn't recognize him, Feng Sanyuan wasn't angry, and only looked at the guard in front of him and said. Hearing that it was someone with the surname Feng, the guard was startled and hurriedly ran inside. When he got inside, he just happened to meet Hui Lang, who was about to go find Guan Shilin and the others, and called out to him. Guard Captain. Hui Lang hummed a little tune and wanted to find Guan Shilin and the others to drink a few cups, but who knew that a guard would block his way. He immediately asked in displeasure, What are you doing? Have you grown bold? You dare block my way? No. Guard Captain, there are a few people outside, and one of them said he's called Feng Sanyuan. Please report to His Highness the Crown Prince and see if he wants to see him. The guard hurriedly said, who knew that just as he finished speaking, Hui Lang's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say? Feng Sanyuan? He's really Feng Sanyuan? Did you hear wrong? How is this possible? Didn't the ghost doctor's grandfather and the others? You didn't hear wrongly. That's what that person said. They're waiting outside the palace. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a gray wolf dashing out of the palace, leaving him dumbfounded. Yes, fine as ye? Sushi Feng Sen and the others, Feng Sanyuan was Yi Sens to the Sanyuan, to them, to the STO, see them to say, to Sanyuan Shield. SN to see, child, don't worry, it's fine. We can all live well, and Yer must still be alive. Feng Sanyuan patted her hand and said. Murong Yishuan, who was standing behind them, heard this and his eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Old Master Feng? Is it really you? Am I seeing things? Hui Lang quickly rushed over, and when he saw Feng Sanyuan, who looked like a man in his 20s or 30s, his eyes widened. Chapter 1755. Yes, it's us. Feng Girl is here, right? Feng Xiao and little Feng Yi are here too? Feng Sanyuan asked. That's great. It's great that you're still alive. The ghost doctor always thought that you were burned to death in the fire. If she knew that you were still alive, she would definitely be very happy. Hui Lang said excitedly. He looked to the side and couldn't help but widen his eyes as he exclaimed, Murong Yixian. Compared to Hui Lang's shock, Murong Yixian only nodded faintly. Can you bring us in now? Hui Lang, is Yi still safe? Sushi asked somewhat anxiously. Her heart was always worried about her son. Hearing this, Hui Lang didn't know how to answer her for a moment. He only smiled embarrassedly. Actually, I'm not very clear about this either. You guys go in first. When you see the ghost doctor, she will naturally tell you. As he spoke, he hurriedly brought them inside and let them rest in the palace. He then hurried to the back of the palace to find his master and the ghost doctor. Oh no, oh no. He rushed into the palace and saw the two people sitting next to each other. Instead of retreating as usual, he directly rushed forward. Evening Yi, who was guarding outside, couldn't help but follow him. What's wrong? Xinyuan Mose asked in a low voice. His deep gaze swept towards Hui Lang at the same time. They're here. Ghost Doctor, your grandfather, and the others are here. Hearing this, Fengjiu stood up with a whoosh. What did you say? Her body trembled slightly as she forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart. It's true. Your grandfather Feng Sanyuan and that Su Shi are both alive. They're in the main hall right now. Before she finished speaking, the red figure swept out like lightning. Xinyuan Mose's eyes also moved slightly as he looked towards Hui Lang. They're still alive? Are you sure? No, it's definitely not wrong. As Hui Lang spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He stole a glance at his master and hesitated, wondering if he should tell him that Murong Yixian had also come. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hemming and hawing? Xinyuan Mose glanced at him and walked out. Yes, Hui Lang responded. He thought for a while and said, Master, that Murong Yixian is also here. He came with old Master Feng and the others. When he finished speaking, he saw his master stop and turn around. Are you talking about Murong Yixian? Xinyuan Mose looked at him and asked with a thoughtful expression. Hui Lang nodded. Yes, that's him. Hearing that, Xinyuan Mose turned around and strode forward. He thought to himself, I haven't heard from Murong Yixian for so long. Why did he suddenly appear? And with old Master Feng and the others? In front of the main hall, Feng Jiu rushed in like the wind. Grandfather! She threw herself forward and hugged Feng Sanyuan tightly. Grandfather, it's really you. It's really you. I thought I'd never see you again. Her eyes were slightly red. She thought she had lost her family, but now they had appeared in front of her again. This kind of excitement couldn't be expressed with words. Feng Sanyuan patted her head gently, his voice filled with emotion. Grandfather also thought I'd never see you again. Chapter 1756. Xiaojiu, where's Yi Er? Are Yi Er and Yang Yang okay? Sushi asked worriedly. It was no wonder that she was so worried about her child. That child was only about 3 years old. Such a small child was protected by Yang Yang, who was only 7 or 8 years old. How could she be at ease? And after so long, she didn't know how the child was doing. The more anxious she was, the more uneasy she felt. It would be fine if Yi Er and Yang Yang were safe. But if something happened to both children, she didn't know if she could bear the blow. Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart clenched. She took a step back and supported Su Shi. Seeing the worry and uneasiness on her face, she couldn't help but hesitate. Her hand was supporting Su Shi's, and she naturally felt that Su Shi's body wasn't as good as before. Thinking about it, she probably hadn't fully recovered from her injuries in the fire. After not seeing her for so long, Su Shi's face was pale and thin. There were even dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious that she was worried and couldn't sleep well. If she were to tell her that both children died in the mouths of ferocious beasts, how would she be able to bear such a blow? If she fell ill from excessive worry, would she? She didn't dare to think further. After all, as a doctor, she knew very well that sometimes mental illness could only be cured by mental medicine. No matter how good her medical skills were, if a person didn't want to live, then she was helpless. Xiaojiu, tell me, where's Yi Er? Yi Er and Yang Yang, how are they? Are they still alive? Seeing Fengjiu's silent expression, Su Shi's tears fell uncontrollably. Her heart trembled. She didn't dare to imagine and was afraid to know. But how were her children? Even if the truth was hurtful, she had to know. Fengjiu secretly made a decision in her heart when she saw her crying so hard that her face turned pale and she looked as if she was about to collapse. "Grandmother, why are you crying? Don't cry. Little Feng Yi and Yang Yang are fine. They're fine." She softened her voice and tried her best to hide the sorrow in her heart. Hearing this, Sushi was stunned. She looked up at her with teary eyes. "Really? Are they all alive and well? You're not lying to me?" Her hands clutched her hands, afraid that this was just a white lie. "Really, why would I lie to you?" She smiled and wiped away the tears on her face. "Sit down first. I'll tell you slowly." She helped her sit down and then turned to look at her grandfather. "Grandfather, have a seat." The moment his voice fell, he looked at Murong Yixian at the side and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "It's you, it's me." Murong Yixian nodded slightly. A pair of gentle eyes fell on her. His eyes were deep, and she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Outside, after hearing Feng Zhou's words, Xin Yuan Mose informed Hui Lang behind him and signaled to Leng Hua and Leng Shuang who were waiting at the side. Then he walked inside. "Sis, I'll go out for a while." Leng Hua said to Leng Shuang in a low voice and left with Hui Lang. Leng Shuang glanced at them and looked away. He quietly stood outside and looked inside, listening to their conversation. Chapter 1757. "Mose, you're here. Sit." Feng Sanyuan gestured for him to sit. However, ever since he heard Feng Girl's words, his heart had been in his throat. Sushi might not be able to see it, but he could. When Sushi asked Feng Girl if Yer was still alive, her expression changed for a moment. Did his child really meet with a mishap? Such a small child. He was only 3 years old. When he thought of this, his eyes turned red. The grief in his heart was unbearable, but he still tried his best to suppress it. Because after hearing Feng Girl's words, Su Shi, who had been worried the entire way, finally let out a sigh of relief. He knew that she had been tense all this time, keeping herself as tight as a string. If she really knew that her child had died, he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to live on. "Xiaojiu, where's your father? Is he here with him?" Because she didn't see Feng Xiao, Sushi thought that the child was with Feng Xiao and the others. Feng Jiu held her hand and said, "Grandmother, don't worry. Drink some tea to calm your mind. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so you can't be too agitated." She sat down at the side and glanced at her grandfather with a smile. "Grandfather, grandmother, Yer and Yang Yang aren't with my father. They had other encounters." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mo sat and sipped his tea without looking up. Murong Yishuan's eyes flashed, but his expression remained the same. Old Master Feng nodded and didn't speak. Only Sushi was startled and asked, "What encounter? If they weren't with your father, then who were they with?" At that time, they walked out of the secret passage and arrived at a safe place. However, the two children were still young, and the phone guards didn't know of the existence of the secret passage. When we returned, it had already been some time. Feng Jiu's voice paused. She looked at the nervous Su Shi and said, "They experienced some things outside. They were captured and taken to the slave market. Later, they escaped. In order to avoid those people, they entered a small forest." "And then? Forest? Where was the forest? Are there any ferocious beasts?" Sushi's heart was in her throat. Her face turned pale when she thought of the two children going into the forest alone. Although Yang Yang had undergone training, she was only a child of 7 or 8 years old. If she encountered a ferocious beast, how could she withstand it? As Feng Sanyuan listened, his hands secretly clenched into fists. He could imagine how dangerous the situation was. The two children should be there. Feng Zhou glanced at her and nodded. Yes, they encountered a ferocious beast inside and were attacked by it. Once these words came out, Su Shi's entire body softened. Feng Sanyuan quickly went forward to support her and comforted her. "Don't worry. Didn't Feng Girl say it already? They're fine. They're fine. They're fine." They were attacked by ferocious beasts and were injured. At that time, we were following the clues to find them, but we were still one step behind. When we arrived, the two of them were saved by an old Taoist. Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes when he said this. Chapter 1758. However, after she sent people to search for them, there was still no news. then it was very likely that they had been eaten by a beast. There was also a very small possibility that they had been saved by some strong cultivator. Otherwise, it was impossible for there to be no news. However, she also knew that this possibility was 1 in 10,000. It was extremely small. However, at this moment, she could only weave a lie to tell them. Saved by an old Taoist? Sushi looked at Fengjiu in a daze. Then what happened? Fengjiu raised his head to look at her and said, "At that time, we just happened to arrive. However, that old Taoist said that the 2 children were fated with him and wanted to take them away as his disciples. I didn't agree at first, but that old Taoist said that if he hadn't saved them, the 2 children would have already died. Therefore, he had to take them away. He only said that when the 2 children had finished their studies, he would let them return home." At this moment, Fengjiu felt that there was no flaw in the lie she had woven. If she didn't know what was going on, she might have believed it too. At this moment, she would never have thought that the white lie she had woven for them would be so close to the truth. When she saw the 2 children again in the future, even she felt that everything was inconceivable. So it's like this. Sushi muttered in response and revealed a relieved smile. As long as they're fine, as long as they're alive, that her mood had been up and down. In addition, she had been anxious and uneasy these days. Now that she could relax, she fainted. Sushi, Feng Sanyuan called out worriedly. "Grandfather, don't worry. Grandmother's body can't bear the fatigue. Let her rest for a while, and she will recover," Fengjiu said softly and called out to the outside. "Lung Shuang, quickly bring grandfather and grandmother to rest." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and came in to help support Sushi. Feng Sanyuan looked at Fengjiu and sighed. "Grandfather has something to ask you later." Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flashed, and he nodded. "Okay." After they left, Fengjiu sat down and couldn't help but exhale softly. The joy and excitement of seeing his grandfather and the others return safely was diluted when he thought of little Feng Yi and Yang Yang. He felt a little sad and helpless. "Were you the one who saved my grandfather and the others?" Fengjiu looked at Murong Yishuan and asked. Hearing this, Murong Yishian, who was drinking tea, smiled faintly and looked up at her. "How did you know?" Old Master Feng and the others didn't have time to tell her. Moreover, judging from their expressions, they probably didn't receive the news he sent some time ago. At that time, the palace that was burned down was the palace that you went to. Now, you are here again. Furthermore, my grandfather and the others have returned safely. If it wasn't you who saved them, who else could it be? It was just a coincidence. Murong Yishian looked at her dazzling red clothes and said, "At that time, I just want to go back and take a look. I didn't expect to encounter this. However, my abilities were limited and I could only save them secretly." Fengjiu stood up and walked in front of him. "No matter what, I have to thank you for saving them." She bowed to him. "Thank you. If there is anything you need my help with in the future, as long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Chapter 1759. Murong Yishian glanced at Xianyuan Mose, then smiled at Fengjiu. He nodded and replied, "All right, if I need your help in the future, I'll look for you." "Where's Master Murong now?" Xianyuan Mose asked, his deep black eyes falling on him. Hearing this, Fengjiu's gaze also fell on Murong Yishian. "There's been no news of you these past few years. Where have you been?" Seeing that his strength and cultivation had increased by a lot, it seemed that after he left, he had also had a fortuitous encounter. "I'm now in a sect in the upper continent." He smiled and said slowly, "After I met my master by accident, I left with him. These past few years, I've been in the upper continent and rarely come here." After chatting with him for a while, Fengjiu said to him, "You must be tired from the journey. I'll have someone take you to rest." "All right," he replied and stood up. Fengjiu looked outside and saw Lung Hua standing outside the door. He called out, "Lung Hua, take Master Murong to the back hall to rest." "Yes," Lung Hua replied and walked in. He gestured to Murong Yishian. "Master Murong, please." After Murong Yishian left, Fengjiu looked at Xianyuan Mose. "I have to tell Luo Yu and the others so that grandfather and grandmother don't know the truth." Xinyuan Mose took her hand and sat down beside her, saying, I've already asked Hui Lang and Lung Hua to tell them. However, paper can't wrap fire. How long do you plan to hide it from them? Feng Jiu was silent for a long time, then said, I'm worried that if I tell them, they won't be able to take it. I also know that I can't hide it for long, but now really isn't the best time to tell them. Then take it slow. He held her hand tightly. Don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. Feng Jiu sighed softly. Originally, I was very happy to see grandfather and the others come back alive. However, when I think of little Feng Yi, I feel upset. Xinyuan Mose didn't say anything and quietly accompanied her. After a while, he accompanied her to the Phoenix Guards to explain the situation to them. He wanted to get some information so that they wouldn't notice if something went wrong when they asked. After explaining, he remembered what her grandfather had said earlier. Feng Jiu couldn't help but stop and looked at Xinyuan Mose beside him. Grandfather said that he had something to ask me. Do you think could it be? It doesn't matter. If he asks, you tell him the truth. Said Mose. He should be able to bear it. Don, I don't think that this matter can upset him. You mean that he's noticed? Xinyuan Mose nodded. He should have his suspicions. When you were talking earlier, your attention was all on your grandmother, so you didn't notice the change in your grandfather's expression. I'm guessing that he should have guessed something. Hearing this, Feng Jiu fell silent. It turned out that her grandfather had already guessed it. I'll go with you. He hugged her and walked to the back of the hall. When they arrived at the back of the hall, they saw Feng Sanyuan standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky with a sorrowful expression. Seeing this, the two of them looked at each other, and Feng Jiu called out, Grandfather. Feng Sanyuan came back to his senses and looked at the two of them. You're here? Sit. He gestured for them to sit. Chapter 1760. Feng Sanyuan glanced at the room behind him, took a deep breath, and said, Sushi hasn't woken up yet. Little Feng, tell Grandpa honestly what happened to Feng Yi. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was silent for a moment. She looked at her grandfather in front of her for a long time, then said, Grandpa, what I said before was true, but I made up the part about them being in danger. She looked at him sitting at the table. After hearing her words, his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying his best to suppress it. She said, Grandpa, although we didn't see Feng Yi and Yang when we arrived, it doesn't mean that they were in danger. It's very possible that they were really saved. You don't need to say any more. I know. He waved his hand, unable to bear to listen to her anymore. Grandpa, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. She lowered her head, feeling very guilty. Perhaps if it weren't for her, they wouldn't have encountered this kind of life and death separation. No, Grandpa knows it's not your fault. He sighed. This is all fate. Perhaps this child is just not fated to be with us. Thinking back to when she was just born, she also went through a near-death experience. Who would have thought that after only 3 years, she would encounter this kind of thing again? Feng Sanyuan stood up, unable to hide his sorrow as he walked back. Hide this from your grandmother. If you tell her, she definitely won't be able to bear it. Feng Jiu looked up and only withdrew her gaze when he entered the room. She didn't know what to say. I'll walk with you. Knowing that she was in low spirits, Xinyuan Mose took her hand and led her out. On the other side of the palace, Missouri-chan couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that Feng Jiu's grandpa and grandmother had returned safely. The two of them were actually still alive. His master had said that she would experience the tribulation of being separated by life and death. She would experience the pain of having her family destroyed. She would lose everything and be left alone. However, although what she had experienced during this period of time was as his master had said, he faintly felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Although Master said that she had already passed the tribulation, it was one thing if old Master Feng and the others hadn't returned safely, but now that they had returned safely, he felt that perhaps this tribulation had other mysteries. Thinking of this, a serious expression appeared on his face. It wasn't that he doubted his master's purple star divination, but based on his intuition, he felt that things weren't that simple. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a black turtle shell from his space ring and put a few copper coins inside. Holding the shell, in his hand, a trace of hesitation. But Master had told him that divination and the star divination was originally from the same family. But Master had told him that divination and the star divination were from the same family. To prying into the heavens, TTT, was also prying into the mysteries of the heavens and the star TTTT, because once it was shown to others, there would definitely be many people who would come to ask for divination, and if the divination continued for a long time, it would only harm the diviner. Therefore, Master had told him that he couldn't use it before the age of 30. Although he was already very familiar with divination, he had always obeyed his master's orders and didn't divine himself. But now, he had an impulse to investigate. Chapter 1761. However, at this moment his fairy-like face gradually turned pale. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his breathing became unstable. He forced himself to hold on until he stretched out a hand and poured out a few copper coins from the black tortoise shell. When they landed on the table, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and he almost fell over. He supported himself on the table with both hands and stabilized himself. When he saw the copper coins stained with blood on the table, he couldn't help but tremble. His eyes widened in disbelief when the sky darkened. Lung Shuang and Lung Hua invited everyone to the main hall in front. Tonight, because of the arrival of old Master Feng and the others, Xianyuan Mose set up a banquet and invited everyone to join in the fun. Su Shi, who had fainted, woke up after taking a pill. Her body gradually recovered. In addition, Feng Jiu assured her that Xiao Yi, and the others were safe and sound. She no longer had any worries and relaxed. Her body and mind were in good spirits. This was Feng Sanyuan's first time here. Especially after hearing about Xianyuan Mose's father, he wanted to take this opportunity to express his condolences. Therefore, the emperor of Xianyuan Kingdom, who hadn't appeared in public for a long time, would also appear at tonight's banquet. When Guan Shilin and the others found out that old Master Feng and the others had returned safely, they were filled with joy. Because of Feng Jiu's instructions, they didn't mention anything about Xiao Fengyi. What surprised Guan Shilin was that he actually saw Murong Yixian again here. Speaking of which, it was really a strange feeling to see Murong Yixian again after so many years. When Feng Jiu saw that almost everyone had arrived, except for the emperor of Xianyuan Kingdom, he scanned the surroundings and didn't see Mo Chun. He then asked Xianyuan Mose, "Where's Mo Chun? Have you seen him?" Lung Hua went to invite him. He probably hasn't arrived yet. As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he looked at the people seated below. Other than Murong Yixian, there was also Mo Chun. Although they had all hidden their thoughts, he knew that it was impossible for them not to remember how outstanding Feng Jiu was. Especially since Mo Chun had specially come and intended to stay by Feng Jiu's side and not leave. Every time he thought of this, his heart would ache. His woman was too outstanding. She was too eye-catching. "Master, I'll go take a look again." As Lung Hua was about to leave, he saw a white figure walk in. He said to Feng Jiu, "Master, Mo Chun is here." Feng Jiu looked outside and saw that the white-robed Mo Chun's face was somewhat pale. He couldn't help but be startled and thought to himself, "Why does he look so pale? Could it be that he's not feeling well?" Murong Yixian, who was seated below, followed Feng Jiu's gaze. His gaze fell on Mo Chun, and he quietly sized him up. This person was Elder Tianji's disciple. "Mo Chun, I'm sorry for being late." Mo Chun walked in front of Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu. He nodded slightly and smiled apologetically. "It's okay," Feng Jiu said. He looked at Mo Chun's pale face and asked, "Are you not feeling well? Why you look so pale?" Hearing this, Mo Chun smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine." As he spoke, he turned his gaze and looked at Murong Yixian and Feng Sanyuan. Chapter 1762. Mo Chun greets Senior Feng and Madame Feng. Mo Chun cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them. "Young Master Mo Chun, there's no need to be so courteous." Feng Sanyuan hurriedly stood up to support him. "My granddaughter has been taken care of by you, my friends. Friends should help each other." Mo Chun smiled and looked at Murong Yixian. Young Master Morong, it's an honor to meet you. I didn't expect to see young Master Emochin here today. It's true that seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. You really are like an immortal. Morong Yixian also stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Hearing this, Emochin smiled. Young Master Morong, you flatter me. The monarch has arrived. A guard announced. Everyone turned to look and saw the monarch of Xianyuan, who was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a slightly aged appearance, walking out with the support of 2 guards. Everyone stood up and bowed to him. Greetings, monarch of Xianyuan. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Sit, sit. The monarch of Xianyuan gestured for everyone to sit. Only then did he sit down in the main seat and look at Feng Sanyuan and his wife. These 2 must be Xiao Zhio's grandparents. Seeing how young the 2 of them were, he could not help but sigh in his heart. Feng Sanyuan was already close to 100 years old, but because of his strength and cultivation, he still had a youthful appearance. If his cultivation had not been crippled, he would not have such an old appearance. That's right. Feng Sanyuan nodded. He looked at him and asked with concern, Monarch, are you feeling better? Much better. Fortunately, Xiao Zhio is here. Otherwise, he shook his head and smiled. He looked at Feng Zhio with gratitude. If it weren't for her, he would be a dead man now. How would he have the chance to reconstruct his inner core and return to the path of cultivation? Monarch, don't worry. Xiao Zhio's medical skills and alchemy are top-notch. With her here, you will recover to how you were before. Feng Sanyuan comforted him. Although they had experienced life and death, they had not been crippled like the monarch. If their cultivation had been crippled, with their age, they would not have been able to hold on until little Feng came to save them. Yes, I know. I believe her. The Emperor of Xianyuan Kingdom smiled and nodded. He looked at the crowd and said, Tonight, we celebrate the safe return of old Master Feng and his wife. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content. There's no need to care about etiquette. Thus, he instructed the maidservants to pour wine for everyone. As everyone toasted each other, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The Xianyuan monarch did not stay for long because of his health. He only accompanied everyone to drink a few cups of wine before leaving first. This was because Feng Zhio and Xianyuan Mose had already given him the pill to restore his inner core. He would rest well tonight. He would take the pill tomorrow and go into seclusion to adjust his breathing. That night, everyone drank to their heart content. Only the old Master Feng found it difficult to be cheerful. After all, every time he thought about his youngest son, Feng Yi and Yang Yang, his heart was filled with grief. However, to prevent Su Shi from worrying, he could only bury this grief deep in his heart. That night, he drank until he was dead drunk. Chapter 1763. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Let nature take its course. The next day, when Feng Zhio woke up, Xianyuan Mose was no longer by her side. After thinking for a bit, she remembered that he seemed to have said last night that he was going to protect his imperial father. She rubbed her eyebrows and called out, Lung Shuang. The Lung Shuang outside heard and walked in, Master, prepare water for me to take a bath. She got up and stretched her body. She wanted to take a bath to clear her head and wash away the smell of alcohol on her body. When she came back last night, she immediately fell asleep. After sniffing carefully, there was still the smell of alcohol on her body. Yes, the Lung Shuang responded and turned to go out to prepare. After an hour, Feng Zhio walked out of the palace. When she passed by the fake mountain, she saw Morong Yixian sitting in the pavilion. Her footsteps paused, walked up, and casually sat down at the table. Are you used to living here? Morong Yixian looked at her, sitting across the table. Seeing her picturesque appearance, the confidence and evil charm emitted from between her brows was so enchanting. His heart was slightly moved, and he looked away. I've always been a light sleeper. Whether I'm used to it or not, I can't sleep deeply. Seeing Feng Zhio sit here, the Lung Shuang behind her ordered the passing servant girls to bring tea and pastries. Looking at your appearance, you should be doing well these past few years, Feng Zhio said as she lifted the teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. Hearing this, Morong Yixian looked at her and asked, What about you? Have you been well these past few years? Isn't it still the same? There's always trouble wherever I go. Fengjiu laughed at herself. As long as it's a place where I'm at, there's always a lot of trouble. Trouble is also a kind of experience. It just depends on how you look at it. Murong Yixin said slowly. Looking at her, his eyes flashed. There's something you might not know. Oh, what's the matter? Fengjiu took a sip of tea and asked. The news of the Elder of Heavenly Secrets testing the Phoenix Star has already spread. Even some of the sects and factions of the upper continents have begun to secretly move. Some want to eliminate you, some want to protect you, and some want to watch from the sidelines. He looked at her as she spoke. When he saw that she had lowered her gaze and her expression was normal, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that you're not worried. When Fengjiu heard this, he raised his eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. You knew that Feng Xing was talking about me? In the entire world, I think you're the only one, he said slowly and looked at her deeply. Moreover, didn't you say the same thing to me back then? Connecting the dots, it's not hard to guess that it was you. After he mentioned it, Fengjiu recalled the words she had said to him back then and couldn't help but smile. There are so many outstanding people in this world. Perhaps the Phoenix Star is someone else. At the very least, I don't really believe in this. Because even if she wanted to become strong, she didn't have the ambition to rule the world. Murong Yixin's deep eyes fell on her beautiful and enchanting face. In an instant, he couldn't help but say, there are so many outstanding people in this world, but none of them can compare to you. When he spoke, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. He shook his head and looked at the slightly startled her. I'm speaking the truth. In my heart, no one can compare to you. Chapter 1764. Murong Yixin was slightly stunned, then he laughed out loud. I know. I'll be more careful in the future. His eyes were filled with amusement as he looked at her and asked, Are you two still not going to get married? He felt a little strange. The two of them had known each other for several years, so why hadn't Xianyuan Mose married her yet? His sweetheart was so outstanding. Wasn't he afraid that someone would remember her? We were originally prepared, but too many things have happened in the past year, and we were caught off guard, so this matter has been delayed. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. However, in our opinion, marriage is just a ceremony, so there's no need to rush. The two of them chatted in the pavilion for a while. Fengjiu saw that it was getting late, so she stood up. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't chat anymore. If you feel bored, you can have someone take you around the palace. Go do your things. Murong Yixin nodded and watched her turn to leave. After a long while, he retracted his gaze and tasted his tea. Fengjiu originally planned to go to the palace to see the emperor of Xianyuan Kingdom, but halfway there, she saw Xianyuan Mose walking back. Seeing him, she walked up to him in surprise. Why are you here? There's no need to go over. He's already gone into seclusion. As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he held her hand and walked forward. I'm guarding him, and he's already taken the pill. Now, we just have to wait for him to come out of seclusion. I originally wanted to go over and take a look, but since he's gone into seclusion, then forget it. She held his hand instead, and the two of them walked slowly. Behind them, Lung Shuang and Ingyi followed. I was thinking of having the Phoenix Guard send grandfather and the others back in 2 days. With my father and the others by his side, I can be more at ease, she said softly, thinking about what to do next. You don't plan to take the Phoenix Guards to the upper continent? Xianyuan Mose asked. I don't want them to go over at the moment. She shook her head and said, although their strength has increased, I'm afraid they're still too weak to the people of the upper continents. I want them to stay and listen to my grandfather and father's orders. The Phoenix Guard can stay, but you can bring along the 8 Phoenix Guard captains. He looked at her and said, with their strength, they will be of some help to you. All right, I'll think about it, she replied. She was still unsure whether she should bring Luo Yu and the others along. Xianyuan Mose paused for a moment, a dim light flashing across his eyes as he said, You don't have to bring that Emochin along. I feel that bringing him along will only bring trouble to yourself. He's too conspicuous. Furthermore, with his status, if he follows you around, there will definitely be people trying to find out who you are. Hearing this, Fengjiu was startled for a moment. She raised her eyes to look at him beside her. When she saw him saying these words with such a serious expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. You're right. He's indeed too conspicuous. If he follows me around, he'll definitely cause trouble. However, I've already promised him. Tell me, what should I do now? Xin Yuan Mose snorted softly. Just find a reason to leave him behind. Is that okay? Feng Jiu felt that this didn't seem too good. After all, he came from afar. If she did this, wouldn't it be too rude? Chapter 1765. But, can you let go of the things here? She looked at him and asked. No matter how big the empire was, his father would not be able to recover his previous cultivation in a short time. Now, could he really leave? The overall situation has been decided. There is nothing to worry about, and there is nothing I can't let go of. In this big world, the only thing I can't let go of is you. Feng Jiu was overjoyed when she heard this, and the smile on her face couldn't be concealed, but she said, What is there to not let go of? Even if I'm not by your side, I'm very assured of you. I'm not afraid of you messing around. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at her and said, That is because you know that I don't get close to women. Don't get close to women? She playfully took a step back and looked at him from head to toe, her face full of ridicule. You really don't get close to women? Who was it that moved his hands while sleeping at night? Who was it that had to hold her while sleeping at night? Who was it that whispered sweet words in her ear? And who was the one who complained about being neglected in a low voice by her ear? Looking at her playful expression and the mischievous smile on her lips, Xin Yuan Mose knew what she was thinking. His cold face was a little uncomfortable. He glanced at Ying Yi and Lung Shuang, who were a few meters behind him, and waved his hand to signal them to leave. Then he gave a light cough, hugged Feng Jiu, and whispered in her ear, You know, I only want to be close to you. Feng Jiu wrapped her arms around his waist and asked with a smile, Then, shouldn't we find a time to do something important first? While speaking, a pair of irregular hands wandered around his waist. Feeling the body of the person beside her stiffen, she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Something important? Xin Yuan Mose's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed the restless hands on his waist. Something important? She held back her laughter and nodded. For example, he lowered his head slightly and looked at her with a sly smile on her face. For example, the bridal chamber or something. She looked at a certain someone who was obviously suppressing his restlessness. She saw that his body was slightly stiff, his cold face was tense, his sexy thin lips were slightly pursed, and his ears and neck were already flushed red. What do you think of my idea? Doesn't it sound good? She deliberately teased him, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering into his ear. Don't provoke them. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Xin Yuan Mose fixed his eyes on her. His deep eyes were flickering with sparks, and his voice had become hoarse. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to have a chat with my brothers. Feng Nine suddenly retreated from his side like a loach. She put her hands behind her back with a smile and stepped back step by step. Like a fairy, she gave him a charming and enchanting smile and said, I'm leaving. Wait for me at night. Seeing her lightly tiptoeing like a fairy and disappearing from his sight in a few seconds, Xin Yuan Mose's black eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness and pampering. This woman knew that he wouldn't eat her before they got married, so she dared to seduce him again and again. But wasn't he spoiling her too much by enduring it time and time again? Perhaps he should find a chance to put her suggestion into practice. Chapter 1766. On the other hand, when Feng Jiu found Guan Shilin, he was fighting with Luo Yu and the others in the martial arts field. Surprisingly, the Emperor of Dong Yao was also watching from the side. Seeing her, the Emperor of Dong Yao was the first to come forward. Master, the Emperor of Dong Yao Empire stepped forward and bowed. I was just about to look for you to report this matter to you. Do you have time? Hearing this, she glanced at the people in the martial arts field and said to the Emperor of Dong Yao, Let's go to the pavilion over there. Then, she turned and walked toward the pavilion. Sitting down in the pavilion, she could see the situation in the martial arts field. After watching for a while, she retracted her gaze and looked at the Emperor of Dong Yao. What's the matter? Tell me. It's like this, Master. The other two emperors have already been taken over by us. I want to ask, what's your next plan? Do you want to send someone to take over these two empires? No. You could just take over Dong Yao Empire. Everything will go according to your original plan. Feng Jiu glanced at him. You haven't taken care of Dong Yao yet, right? Since things here have been settled, let's go back first. As she spoke, she moved her hand and handed over a bottle. There's an elixir in here that can help you advance. When you go back, find a suitable opportunity to take it. Seeing this, the Emperor of Dong Yao could not help but take it excitedly. Thank you, Master, for the elixir. He knew how powerful her elixir was. To think that the Emperor of Xianyuan, who had his inner core destroyed, could help him step onto the path of immortality again. That elixir was already an elixir. Do well for me, and I won't treat you badly, Feng Jiu said slowly. Yes, Master, don't worry. I'll do my best for you. As long as it's your command, I won't dare to disobey. He hurriedly said, the hand holding the elixir trembling slightly. If he could advance again, his strength and lifespan would increase again. To him, this was something that he did not even dare to think about before. Feng Jiu sat in the pavilion and watched after the king of Dong Yao retreated. This place was higher than the martial arts field, so it was easier for him to see their moves clearly. Not long after, Guan Shilin retreated and rushed to the pavilion. Xiao Jiu, why are you here? I had nothing to do, so I came over to take a look. She rested her chin on one hand as she spoke. She glanced at the Feng Wei in the training field and then looked at Guan Shilin. Brother, do you have any plans next? Hearing that, Guan Shilin sat down and smiled. I thought I'd tell you in a few days. Since you asked, I'll tell you. He paused, looked at her, and said, I think the matters here are more or less settled. In a few days, I want to leave for the upper reaches of the continent. In a few days? She was slightly surprised. So soon? Yes, there's nothing important here, so I want to go to the upper reaches of the continent and join the mercenary group. Then I'll continue my training. He laughed loudly and said, Xiao Jiu, you've become stronger, so I have to become stronger too. If you need my help in the future, I'll be able to stand up and help you. There's no better training than joining the mercenary group. Chapter 1767. Since you've already made up your mind, the only thing I can do is to give you some pills for self-defense. She took out 7 or 8 bottles of pills. Some of these pills can be used to save lives, some can be used to treat external and internal injuries, and some can be used to detoxify poisons. Take them. So many? Guan Shilin was stunned. Then he smiled and said, Xiao Jiu, I know you don't lack pills, but it's not good for you to give me so many pills all at once, is it? Each of these pills is worth thousands of gold. How can you? Brother, you don't have to be so calculated with me. Keep them. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. She stuffed the pills into his hands. Keep them, keep them. Seeing this, Guan Shilin could only keep the pills. After a while, he asked, What about you? Would you plan to go there? Are you going to look for that force? He looked at her with some worry and said, Although you've already reached the peak of the Sage Immortal stage, there are still many experts there. Moreover, the force you're going to deal with definitely won't be lacking in Sage Immortals. I hope you can hide there first and don't attract too much attention. Don't worry, I know. She felt warmth in her heart, knowing that he was worried about her. However, Guan Shilin rolled his eyes rudely and said, You know? How would you know? Your appearance is too eye-catching. Even if you go there are very few people who can find someone with your appearance. Moreover, you're always dressed in red. As long as someone does a little research, they'll be able to find out where you came from. Maybe you won't even know when you'll be targeted. So, when you get there, even if Mose and the others are accompanying you, I hope that you can do something to your appearance. Also, it's best that you change your clothes. This red color is really eye-catching. He reminded her worriedly, as if he was her mother, and reminded her again and again. Yes, I'll remember. Feng Jiu smiled and nodded in response. As if remembering something, Guan Shilin asked, By the way, are Grandpa and the others planning to go back? Yes, I want the Feng Wei and the others to send them back, and Feng Jiu, I also plan to leave them behind for Grandfather and Father to dispatch, so that when they do something, they won't have anyone by their side. However, I plan to bring Luo, you, and the others along, so that when we get there, We can secretly nurture our own forces. As Fengjiu spoke, he looked at the people in the training field. Your arrangement is good. Guan Shili nodded. He thought of little Feng Yi and hesitated. Grandpa knows about little Feng Yi, right? Yes, I did tell him that we can't hide it from Grandpa. As for grandmother, let's hide it from her for now. Her body can't take such a blow. Speaking of this, she sighed softly. If little Feng Yi and the others were still alive, how great would that be? Seeing the smile on her face fade and the sorrow in her eyes, he sighed and said, Actually, we didn't see their bodies. Maybe they're really still alive. We should hold on to hope. Having hope in our hearts is also a good thing, isn't it? Feng Jiu smiled bitterly and didn't reply because she knew how slim the hope was. Chapter 1768. Feng Jiu smiled. There's no need to rush. She glanced at him and smiled ambiguously. A cultivator's lifespan is so long. It won't be too late to get married in a few decades. Ha ha. Guan Shilin laughed heartily. If he really gets married in a few decades, I think he'll be worried to death. Feng Jiu's smile deepened. That's right. If he really gets married in a few decades, wouldn't he be worried to death? But when you get married, you have to let me know. Okay. She smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a while before leaving. Feng Jiu got up and went to her grandfather's place. She didn't go to the palace until the sky was getting dark. When Feng Jiu walked into the palace, she saw that Xin Yuan Mose was already sitting inside with a few dishes on the table. You're back. Just in time, come and eat. As Xin Yuan Mose spoke, he lifted the jug of wine and poured a cup for her as she sat down beside him. Tonight, you can drink as much as you want. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. You want to get me drunk? Ahem. Xin Yuan Mose coughed lightly and looked away. Why would I? I just want you to drink to your heart's content. Also, after thinking about it today, I think your suggestion today was pretty good. So, she looked at him from the corner of her eyes and took a sip of the wine in her cup. So, if you get drunk and mess around, I've decided that I won't resist. He said these words with a tense and cold face. He looked expressionless, but if one looked closely, they could see that the corners of his lips were slightly curved, and a trace of a smile and expectation flashed through his black eyes. Then what if I don't get drunk? Feng Jiu asked while holding back her laughter. Xin Yuan Mose picked up the wine cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. He said in a low and magnetic voice, If you don't get drunk, then it can be me. Pooh! In the end, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She looked at him with a smile. In Xin Yuan Mose's eyes, her beautiful face was enchanting and charming. So, in any case, we're going to consummate our marriage tonight? No. How could this be considered a bridal chamber? You're clearly trying to force yourself on me. At this point, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Her laughter rang out softly. Xin Yuan Mose gave her another glass of wine and said seriously, I'm actually looking forward to you forcing yourself on me. Don't worry, I won't resist. Good. Then come, drink. She chuckled and looked at him with sparkling eyes. She was a little excited. Was she going to pounce on him tonight? What would happen to him if he refused to acknowledge the debt after eating it from the beginning to the end? Xin Yuan Mose looked at her deeply. Seeing that she had drunk another glass, he picked up some food for her and said, Eat some food. Then, he added, You'll have strength when you're full. Feng Jiu was stunned when she heard this. Then, she smiled and nodded in agreement. That's right. I'm the one doing the work, so I have to eat more. As she spoke, she picked up a drumstick and gnawed on it. Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose's eyes gradually darkened, and a trace of expectation flashed across his dark eyes. Yes, he was looking forward to her doing her work, but this was the first time, so he should be the one taking the lead, right? Chapter 1769. Seeing his actions, Feng Jiu laughed in his heart. His heart was warm, and there was an indescribable satisfaction and tenderness. A man who could wait for you and not cross the last threshold, even if he had to endure, hold back, and be willing to soak in cold water when he was aroused. What reason did she have to refuse such a person? How could she bear to make him wait? Here, try this. She narrowed her eyes and gave him a piece of meat with a smile. Eat more. Seeing this, he glanced at her and responded, then picked up the piece of meat to eat. Feng Jiu put down his chopsticks and shouted to the outside, "Lung Shuang." Hearing the voice from inside, Lung Shuang, who was waiting outside, responded and walked in. "Master, what's the matter?" "Lung Shuang, prepare water for me to take a bath. I want to soak in it later." Because of the wine, her face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes had a trace of blurriness, which was very tempting. "Yes." Lung Shuang respectfully responded and then left. Xinyuan Mose didn't say anything, but he was obviously a little absent-minded. Not long after, he put down his chopsticks. "I'm full." As he spoke, he stared at her. "Then how about a few more cups of wine?" Her beautiful face was full of smiles. She poured 2 more cups of wine, handed one to him, and picked up the other. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Should we drink a cup of wine?" Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose's eyes moved slightly, and his deep eyes stared at her in front of him. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a smile. "Yes, a cup of wine can't be missed." As he spoke, he took the wine cup she handed over and wrapped his hand around hers. Their hands hooked together, closing the distance between them. Just by smelling, a thick smell of wine spread between their noses. Just as he hooked his hand around Feng Jiu's to drink a cup of wine, his hand was stopped by Feng Jiu. "Wait a minute." Feng Jiu smiled and looked at him. "A cup of wine is not drunk like this." Xinyuan Mose was slightly startled, as if he didn't understand. "Not drunk like this? Then how should they drink?" For a moment, his eyes were fixed on her body as he silently asked her. "Like this." She drank the wine in the cup, then leaned forward and kissed those sexy, thin lips. The soft touch pressed down, and Xinyuan Mose's eyes were dark. He instinctively responded to her kiss, gently sucking her lips, and their tongues played together, tasting the wine together. He couldn't tell whether her lips were exceptionally sweet or the wine she gave him was intoxicating. He only knew that the beast in his body seemed to have awakened because of her kiss, and it couldn't be stopped. Feng Jiu only felt her heart beating fast, and her body seemed to be on fire. The hand tightly around her waist pressed her hard, causing her whole body to be pressed against his chest. The man's unique scent accompanied by the fragrance of wine hit her face, making her unconsciously twist her body, wanting to retreat. However, his deep and passionate kiss did not allow her to retreat. His passionate breath and passionate kiss caused her to be in a daze. She only felt her mind go blank, and her body weakly lay in his embrace, lightly gasping for breath, allowing him to do whatever he wanted to her. Chapter 1770. His gaze moved away from her mesmerized eyes and landed on her slightly opened lips that were slightly panting. Looking at those tender lips that were slightly red and swollen from the passionate kiss, as if inviting him to taste them again, his eyes darkened. He raised his hand that was holding the wine cup and poured the wine into his mouth. Once again, he bent down and sucked on those tender and juicy red lips. A lingering and passionate deep kiss made Feng Jiu breathless. She gently pushed him away, her face flushed red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with affection as she angrily looked at him. "I can't breathe." Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose chuckled. His deep voice was hoarse and magnetic in the night, very charming. Hearing the Lung Shuang outside report that the bath water was ready, he picked her up and walked to the bathroom in the bedroom. In the bathtub, the 2 figures of a man and a woman were like mandarin ducks, foolishly entangled with each other and playing in the water. In the bathroom, it was a scene of endless spring that made people's hearts beat faster. Yunyang was so embarrassed that she hid in the clouds after the bath. Xinyuan Mo stood up and picked her up. Treating her as a treasure, he carefully wiped off the water on her body and then carried her to the bed in the bedroom. He laid her flat on the bed and looked at the beautiful jade-like person that was naked in front of him. He only felt a surge of evil fire in his body. However, at this moment, the person on the bed suddenly reached out and pulled him down. However, in the next moment, he saw the person that was supposed to be under him flip over and switch positions with him. The quilt that had been left to the side was finally pulled up, covering their naked bodies, only revealing their snow-white beautiful backs and perfectly round snow-white shoulders. Xinyuan Mose's eyes were deep, and his eyes were filled with lust. His hoarse voice with magnetism and darkness came out. Do you really want to be the dominant one? Faintly, there was an indescribable meaning in his voice. Fengjiu's charming eyes met his deep gaze with affection. She didn't speak, but used her actions to express her thoughts. She bent down and pressed her lips on his eyes. She brushed past his ears and whispered, "Close your eyes and feel it." Because of her words, Xianyuan Mose closed his eyes. But because he closed his eyes, his senses became clearer. He only knew that her lips brushed past his earlobe, then came to his Adam's apple and gently bit it. He only felt his body stiffen, but with a muffled groan, his entire body tensed up. She went all the way down, her fingers brushing past his firm chest, straight to his 8-pack. Her fingers lightly brushed past his gasps and muffled groans. She happily laughed. Little Demonis. He took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and met those beautiful eyes that were full of smiles. You have a hold on. The best part is yet to come. She chuckled. Now that she was in control, she could finally catch her breath. She no longer panted weakly. On the contrary, his body was stretched taut beneath her like a taut string of a zither. With a light pluck, a beautiful melody could be heard. Chapter 1771. Just as the room was filled with passion and the spring scenery was boundless, outside the palace hall, Murong Yixin hurried over with an anxious expression. However, before he could step into the bedroom, he was stopped by Ying Yi, who was guarding outside the bedroom. Young Master Murong, my master and the ghost doctor are already resting. If there's anything, please come back tomorrow. Murong Yixin looked at him and frowned. I have an urgent matter. I must see Fengjiu. Ying Yi's expression didn't change. No matter how urgent it is, you have to wait until tomorrow. They're already resting now. My master told me not to disturb them at all. Hearing this, Murong Yixin's gaze moved slightly as if he thought of something. He looked towards the bedroom and saw that the lights were still on. This matter is extremely urgent. It can't be delayed. If it wasn't really urgent, I wouldn't have come to disturb them. Go in and inform them that I must see Fengjiu. Hearing this, Ying Yi frowned. I'm sorry. This is my master's order. Forgive me for not daring to disobey. What urgent matter could it be? No matter how urgent it was, it couldn't be more urgent. They were in the bridal chamber. His master had waited for this day for a long time. How could he let others ruin it? Seeing him like this, Murong Yixin's face darkened. If you don't help me inform them, then I can only offend them. As soon as he spoke, the guard in black who had been following behind him suddenly attacked Ying Yi in front of him. He was slightly angry when he saw this. He stopped him, and the two of them fought outside the bedroom. The sound alarmed the Lung Shuang inside. She walked out and saw that it was Murong Yixin. She asked coldly, "What's the matter?" "I have an urgent matter to find your master." As Murong Yixin spoke, his gaze moved away from her. His voice, which contained spiritual power, came out of his mouth and was clearly transmitted into the bedroom. "Fengjiu, I have an urgent matter to ask for your help." Inside the bedroom, the two people on the bed were panting slightly. Xianyuan Mose was about to turn over and start attacking when he heard Murong Yixin's voice from outside. His handsome face immediately darkened. "Ignore him." As he spoke, he bent down and held her soft waist with one hand. When Fengjiu heard Murong Yixuan's voice, he was also stunned. Especially when he saw Xianyuan Mose's dark expression, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that every time they tried to do something intimate, someone would interrupt them. "Fengjiu, I really have something urgent that I need your help with. This is a matter of life and death. Please come out." Murong Yixin's voice rang out from outside, and from the sound of it, it seemed to be getting closer and closer to the two people in the palace. Hearing that, Fengjiu paused for a moment. He pressed his hands against Xianyuan Mose's chest to stop him from moving. "I think I should go out and take a look. Listen to the sound. If I don't go out, he'll probably force his way in." "How dare he?" Xianyuan Mose gritted his teeth in anger. His face was ashen. Anyone who was interrupted by someone else would feel angry, especially at such a critical juncture. However, the good atmosphere had been ruined by Murong Yixin. He's not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. Maybe there really is something important. She comforted him and patted his back gently. Chapter 1772. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled wickedly, an evil glint flashing through her eyes. She looked at him and suddenly reached out her hand towards his lower body. Will you still suffocate like this? Then her hand moved. Ah. Xin Yuan Mo's groaned, and his body stiffened. After his body trembled slightly, his entire body lay down. He seemed a little helpless, but also a little doting. Bad thing. Fengjiu chuckled slyly and wickedly. It's said that women don't love bad men, and men don't love bad women either. He. She turned over and got out of bed, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and soaked in the bathtub for a while. Only then did she wipe off the water on her body and put on a clean set of clothes. Phoned out when Murong Yixian's voice sounded again. Before he could call out her name, he saw Fengjiu in red walking over. When he saw the seductive blush on her face, the charm in her eyes that had yet to dissipate, and her tender and slightly swollen lips, his eyes flashed. There was a faint stab of pain in his heart, a trace of disappointment, and a trace of jealousy. "What's the matter?" she asked, her voice unable to hide her charm. Perhaps because she realized that her voice still carried a seductive charm, she glanced at Murong Yixian and coughed lightly. "Sorry to disturb you." As he spoke, he walked forward and said with a serious expression, "I just received a message from 1,000 miles away. My Shizhuan has been poisoned and his life is at stake. I want you to come with me and save my Shizhuan's life." Hearing this, Fengjiu raised an eyebrow. The upper continent? It'll take at least 10 days to reach the upper continent. If it's really poison, even if we rush over, your Shizhuan will already be beyond saving. What's more, there are many strong practitioners in the upper continent. How could there not be a doctor who knows how to cure the poison? If there isn't, I might not be able to help even if I go. Although she wanted to go to the upper continent, it wasn't to her liking to leave in such a hurry without making any preparations. What's more, she wanted to go with Zhe. If she went first, how could she let Zhe stay? The two of them were separated again. Murong Yixian smiled bitterly. With my master's strength and cultivation, those who can injure him are definitely not ordinary people. Our sect also has extremely outstanding doctors and alchemists. However, they can only suppress the poison in my master's body, but they can't cure the poison. Right now, my master has already fallen into a coma. It's precisely because of the crisis of the situation and the fact that my master only has me as his only disciple that the sect sent me a message from 1,000 miles away to immediately return and see my master for the last time. At this point, he looked deeply into Fengjiu's eyes. Lifting his robes, he knelt down and said, "Fengjiu, I know this request is difficult for you, but I owe my master a great debt of gratitude. I can't give up when there's a chance. Please come with me to save him. As long as you are willing to return to the sect with me, I will be grateful to you regardless of the final outcome." He knew that Fengjiu could definitely cure the poison that others couldn't. What was even rarer was that she was here right now. As long as he agreed, his master would definitely be saved. Fengjiu looked at Murong Yixian, who was kneeling in front of her, and was momentarily stunned. Even when she wanted to kill his father, he didn't beg her like this. It seemed that his Shizhuan was really important to him, so important that he didn't hesitate to kneel down and beg her. Chapter 1773. Hearing this, Murong Yixian's eyes lit up. She had agreed to it. He immediately said, "I have it. My master once gave me a teleportation scroll that can directly transport me back to the sect. If I use the teleportation scroll, I can reach the sect's teleportation array in about 2 hours. Get up." As she spoke, she looked at him and said, "You saved my grandfather and grandmother. This time, I'll repay you for saving your master." As she spoke, she looked at the sky and continued, "Go to the front and wait for me. I'll go with you after I've arranged things." "All right," he replied. He stood up, turned around, and walked out. Ing Yi and the black-clothed guard outside stopped when Fengjiu came out. After Murong Yixian and the others left, Ing Yi hurriedly stepped forward. "Ghost Doctor, are you really going with him?" Amen. He saved my grandfather and grandmother and asked me for help like this. How can I not go? As she spoke, she looked at Lung Shuang. Help me call Luo Yu and Du Fan to the front, as well as my brother, grandfather, and grandmother. I have something to say to them. After she instructed, she turned around. As she turned around, she saw that Xinyuan Mose was already dressed and standing by the door. His expression was still not good, and his face was tense. He had obviously heard everything just now. She walked forward and held his hand. You heard everything? Amen, he replied, looked at her in front of him, and only instructed, be careful when you get there. Don't be too flamboyant when you do things. Keep a low profile and don't attract attention. He didn't stop her from going. Firstly, she had already made up her mind. Secondly, Murong Yixian had saved her grandfather and grandmother. Now he was kneeling and begging. Just a few days ago, she said that if he needed help in the future, she would definitely help. If she didn't go, this might become her inner demon in the future. Although they hadn't been together for long, and he was reluctant to see her leave again, he already knew that she wasn't an ordinary woman. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to ordinary women. From a long time ago, he knew that if she could do many things, she wouldn't rely on others. Right now, the only thing he was worried about was whether she would be safe over there. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and reached out to hug his waist. And I know. Don't worry. I'll miss you when I get there. When you're done here, come and find me. I'll wait for you over there. He gently caressed her face and planted a kiss on her forehead. Let's go. I'll accompany you to the front. Fengjiu was led by him to the front of the palace. In the palace, Du Fan, Guan Shilin, and the others were already there. Even her grandfather and grandmother were there, so she told them about what had happened. That's right, so I'll go with Murong Yixian first to see if his master's poison can be cured. Feng Sanyuan nodded. Don't worry and go. Don't worry about us. We will bring the Phoenix Guards to meet up with your father. As for Du Fan and Luo Yu, they can go with Shilin in a few days. Chapter 1774. All right, thank you. Fengjiu nodded and replied with a smile. Looking at his pale face, she asked with concern, Are you really all right? Do you need me to take a look at you? Or perhaps take some medicine? No need. Emo Chun shook his head. He knew his own body well. He had only suffered internal injuries from the backlash and would be fine after some time. Seeing this, Fengjiu didn't say anything else. After she gave some instructions to the Phoenix Guards, she spoke with her grandfather and grandmother for a while. Finally, she said to Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, You don't have to follow me. When the time comes, come with Du Fan and the others. Hearing this, Feng Sanyuan was a little worried. Don't you plan to bring 1 or 2 people with you? If you go there alone, won't it be? It's fine, grandfather. Fengjiu smiled and said, Murong Yixian's transportation array leads to his sect. It's not convenient for me to bring too many people with me. Moreover, it's more convenient for me to do anything alone. Let Lung Shuang and the others go with Du Fan and the others. That way, we can take care of each other. All right then. However, you must promise grandfather to be careful. You mustn't stand out too much, Feng Sanyuan said worriedly. Amen. I know, she replied with a smile. She smiled and responded. Then, she glanced at the crowd and said, His master's situation is urgent. I'll take my leave first. Thus, everyone sent her out. When she arrived outside, Murong Yixian was already waiting there. Say, I'm leaving. I'll wait for you over there. Fengjiu looked at him and said, Go. Be careful. As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he gently stroked her hair. Fengjiu turned and walked towards Murong Yixian, stopping beside him. As for Murong Yixian, he cupped his hands and bowed to everyone. Then he took out a teleportation scroll. With a flash of light, a teleportation circle with surging spiritual energy appeared on the ground. In the next moment, the 3 people in the teleportation circle shot out and disappeared with a whoosh. Seeing the worry on his grandfather's face, Guan Shilin said, Grandpa, don't worry. Fire Phoenix and Old White are with Xiaojiao. She'll be fine. She can take care of herself. And Feng Sanyuan nodded, then looked at Xinyuan Mose. I want to leave in 2 days. All right. Xinyuan Mose nodded. Feng Jiao has arranged for people to escort you back. If you need anything, just let me know. As soon as Feng Jiao and Murong Yixian left, they began to make arrangements for the following matters. In the 8 Great Empire's black market, the owner of the black market, who had just returned, couldn't help but shake his head and smile after hearing about Feng Jiao's recent matters. I really didn't expect so many things to happen in less than a year. She really knows how to cause trouble. An old man smiled aside. That's right. This ghost doctor's actions are always unexpected. She came to the black market to ask to see Master, but Master hasn't returned yet. There's another matter. Oh? She came? What a coincidence. I also wanted to see her in person. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. The owner of the black market chuckled and asked, What's the other matter? Chapter 1775. Take away her black token. The owner of the black market sneered. Who has the guts to do that? Chop off his hand. He paused and said with a displeased expression, The branches have to be reorganized. They really don't have any rules. Yes. The old man lowered his eyes and did not dare to speak again. After a while, the owner of the black market asked again, Where is this Feng Jiao now? She should be in the Xinyuan Palace. The old man said and asked again, Master, should I ask her to come over? Forget it. There will be a chance to meet her in the future. He waved his hand, indicating for the old man to leave. The old man bowed and left. After the old man left, the owner of the black market walked to the window and looked out. The sky was misty, the moon was high up in the sky, and the stars in the night sky were shining brightly. On the other side, in the upper reaches of the Huaxian sect. The Huaxian sect was one of the 4 great sects of the upper reaches of the righteous path. Here, there were disciples from all over the upper reaches of the continent. Talented people could be found everywhere. The disciples of the various clans in the upper reaches of the continent were proud of being able to enter the 4 great immortal sects. One reason was because they were backed by the great sections. Another reason was because they were all outstanding experts. The disciples of the 4 great immortal sects, no matter where they were definitely more outstanding than others. The masters of these people, as well as the peak masters of the various peaks, were even more extraordinary. Now, the Huaxian sect perfected Lord Yuanqing was poisoned and his life was hanging by a thread. Even if the Huaxian sect wanted to cover this up, they could not stop the news from spreading. Almost as soon as the news spread, some people felt pity, some sighed, and some secretly rejoiced. Each of those perfected lords was like Mount Tai of the sect. If one of them died, it would be a huge blow to the Huaxian sect. According to what they knew, this perfected Lord Yuanqing did not have many disciples like the others. He only had one disciple called Murong Yixian. That night, on one of the main peaks of the Huaxian sect, the various peak masters and sect masters of the sect were gathered. Their faces were solemn, causing the atmosphere in the immortal cave abode to be oppressive. Did you inform the disciple of perfected Lord Yuanqing? The sect master looked at everyone and asked. We notified them 4 hours ago, but they haven't returned yet. Someone replied, Why hasn't Murong Yixian returned yet? The sect's teleportation array would take at most an hour to reach there. How ridiculous! A true monarch who was on good terms with true monarch Yuanqing said with a dark expression. What's funny is that the crazy old man actually said that he won't die. The black-faced true monarch snorted heavily. No one in the entire sect has a solution, and the situation is like this. I want to see if everything will be fine when the time comes. Otherwise, I will definitely smash his reputation. The others did not say anything and sighed internally. This time around, perfected Lord Yuanqing might not be able to make it through. However, the crazy old man in their sect who had nothing better to do said that perfected Lord Yuanqing was not fated to die. They hoped that perfected Lord Yuanqing would be fine, as he said. However, the situation was already like this. It was obvious that no one could do anything about it. Who could save him? Chapter 1776. Just as they were thinking, they heard a doctor hurriedly walk out and look at them with a serious expression. Not good. Lord Yuanqing's situation is getting worse. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Hearing this, all the peak masters couldn't sit still and walked inside. At this place, at the sex transportation array, a ray of light flashed and Fengjiu, Murong Yixian, and the black-clothed guard appeared in the array. "Senior brother Murong, you're finally back. Quickly go and see Lord Yuan Qing. He's about to die." The disciple who was ordered to guard the transportation array hurriedly said when he saw him. However, when he saw that he had brought a red-clothed young master with him, he couldn't help but be startled. When Murong Yishuan heard this, he immediately grabbed Fengjiu's hand, who was looking around, and brought her to the main peak on his sword. When Fengjiu saw this, she glanced at him and withdrew her hand. Murong Yixian reacted and looked at her apologetically. "Sorry, I was just too worried." She responded. Looking at the mountain peak that was covered in clouds and mist, she couldn't help but praise in her heart when she saw the spiritual aura that was denser than that of the 8 great empires. It was indeed a good place. On one of the mountain peaks of Huaxian sect, an old man dressed in gray was drinking wine. When he raised his head, he saw a star in the sky flashing. He chuckled and muttered, "It's here. The Phoenix Star is here." When they reached the main peak, Murong Yixian went straight to the cave. "Master!" He quickly rushed inside. When everyone heard his voice, they looked back and saw him coming in. They opened up a path for him to reach the bed inside. "Master!" When he saw that his master on the bed was covered in a dark purple color, Murong Yixian's heart trembled, and he hurriedly turned around to look for Fengjiu. "No need to look for me. I'm here." Fengjiu, who had appeared at the head of the bed, said without raising her head. She looked at the old man lying on the bed and was a little surprised. However, when everyone looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared and was wearing a red robe, it was obvious that he wasn't a member of their sect. Furthermore, he had somehow squeezed his way to stand in front of them at the head of the bed. The peak masters couldn't help but look at each other. Who was this young man? Why did he suddenly appear? When they saw the red-robed youth standing by the bed and examining perfected Lord Yuan Qing, they were just about to ask about it when they heard the youth's unhurried voice. "Take off your Shizuan shirt and get someone to bring a basin to let out the blood." Fengjiu took out a silver needle from his space and ordered while disinfecting it with fire. "Black Wind, fetch me a basin of water." Murong Yixian shouted to the outside. Without another word, he untied his master's shirt. When he saw the dark purple handprint on his master's chest, his heart couldn't help but sink. The black-robed guard outside quickly brought the basin of water and placed it to the side. Then he silently retreated. When the sect master and the peak masters saw that Fengjiu had taken out a silver needle and was about to insert it, one of them immediately shouted, "Wait a moment." But who would have thought that after he shouted, the red-robed youth didn't even pause. He took the silver needle and inserted it into several of the major acupoints on perfected Lord Yuan Qing's body. The sect master glared at him and was a little angry. He was about to step forward when he was stopped by Murong Yixian. Chapter 1777. Hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at each other without saying a word. The faction leader frowned and asked, "He's so young. How would he know how to neutralize this poison? If he were to act recklessly, wouldn't it be?" Faction leader. Her name is Fengjiu, also known as the Ghost Doctor. "I believe in her," Murong Yishuan said calmly. Seeing that he had said so, the faction leader did not stop him and only nodded. "All right then." The faction's doctors and pill masters had all said that there was no hope for Lord Yuan Qing, but he still held on to a glimmer of hope. "This kid looks to be around 20 years old. Does he really have the ability?" The black-faced and short-tempered peak master said. It was not that he did not have hope, but the person Murong Yishuan had found did not seem very reliable. At this moment, no one knew Fengjiu's identity, nor had they heard of Fengjiu's name or the Ghost Doctor. After all, the upper and lower continents were separated by a great distance. Furthermore, the people from the upper continents would not pay attention to the people from the lower continents. Naturally, they would not know who Fengjiu was. Hence, they would never have thought that the person in front of them was Feng Xing, whom they had sent out to search for. Hence, when they saw the red-robed man named Fengjiu take out a dagger and slash at Lord Yuan Qing's wrist, their eyes widened. What is he doing? Bleeding like this? Even a living person would not be able to take it. the black-faced peak master said and glared at Fengjiu with his tiger-like eyes. Fengjiu frowned when he heard the voices and cries of alarm. He turned around and glanced at them, then looked at Murong Yishuan. It's too noisy, go outside. Faction leader, peak masters, please wait outside for a moment. Murong Yishuan did as he was told without hesitation. After all, she had said on the way here that she would have the final say in the treatment. This kid is too. The black-faced peak master glared at Fengjiu and was about to teach him a lesson when he was stopped by the faction leader. All right, let's all go outside. As the sect leader spoke, he instructed the two people beside him, you two stay and see if you need any help. One of them was a doctor and the other was an alchemist. When they heard the sect master's order, they responded, yes. Fengjiu glanced at the two men and said, since you want to help, don't just stand there. Untie his other hand. She instructed as she stepped back to wash her hands. Seeing that the basin of clear water had turned into purplish-black blood, he ordered someone to change it. It was only after 3 consecutive basins of water that the color of the blood finally cleared up. However, perfected Lord Yuanqing's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his aura was so weak that it seemed like he would die at any moment. When Fengjiu saw this, he immediately took out a medicinal pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, he called out to Murong Yishuan, pour a cup of warm water. Murong Yishuan quickly went outside to pour a cup of water and handed it to her. He saw her choking his honored master's mouth and pouring the water into his mouth. His eyelids twitched when he saw that clean action. The two people who were helping at the side were also dumbfounded when they saw this. In their eyes, this action could not be any more crude. However, when they saw that perfected Lord Yuanqing's disciple did not say anything, they did not say anything either. After all, in their eyes, this red-robed youth still had some skills. Chapter 1778. What kind of elixir was that? How could it be so powerful? Several doctors and alchemists from their sect worked together, but they still couldn't think of a way to detoxify the poison. After all, they didn't dare to use the method of letting out blood to detoxify the poison. In their opinion, perfected Lord Yuanqing's body couldn't withstand such torment. However, they couldn't help but admire the young man's skill. Because the poison in perfected Lord Yuanqing's body seemed to be under control and didn't spread to his heart. The purplish-black palm print on his chest seemed to have faded a little and his breathing stabilized. His breathing wasn't as weak as before. When they saw the young man take out a knife and tweezers and was about to make a move on the wound that they had already bandaged, they couldn't help but remind him, we have already treated this wound, and the hidden weapon inside has already been removed. Fengjiu didn't pay attention to the two of them. It would be a waste of energy to say anything more. The wound was red, swollen, hot, and black. Was it already treated? She didn't seem to think so. Therefore, the two of them watched as the young man in red cut opened the wound and removed the rotten flesh on the outside. He opened the wound wider and deeper until the bone inside was exposed. When they saw the black bone, the two of them were shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. Their lips moved, but they couldn't say a word for a long time. They thought that they had already dealt with the hidden weapon after removing it, but they didn't expect that the poison had already seeped into the bone. Just as they were feeling ashamed of their carelessness, they saw the young man holding the bone scraper and scraping the bone, scraping out layers of black powder. The sound of the sharp blade scraping the bone made their hearts tremble. He was really scraping the flesh and bone. Fortunately, perfected Lord Yuanqing was already unconscious. Otherwise, he would have to bear the excruciating pain of scraping flesh and bone. Murong Yishuan watched from the side and was also trembling with fear. He always knew that her medical skills were brilliant, but he didn't expect it to be so brilliant. She could actually diagnose that the poison had not been completely removed from the bone just by looking at the wound, and was even scraping the flesh and bone. Even an old doctor who had been practicing medicine for decades would not dare to do such a thing. However, her beautiful and exquisite face only had seriousness and concentration at this moment. This kind of her had once again refreshed his understanding of her. So, she had such a side to her. When the poison on the bone had been scraped clean, the two people on the side secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, their hearts were once again in their throats. This was because after the red-robed young man had sprinkled the medicine on the wound, he had actually taken out a needle that was threaded with thread and stitched up the wound. Seeing the red-clothed youth focus on sewing up the wound, the two of them broke out in cold sweat. Was he treating true monarch Yuanqing's flesh like a rag? How could this person's flesh be sewn with a needle? This was too inconceivable. Feng Jiu, who had finished stitching up his wound, looked up and saw the two of them staring at him in a daze. He said, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you the alchemists of the healers? Go and boil some decoctions to replenish qi, nourish the blood, and expel the poison." The poison in his body has not been completely removed. The wound on his wrist cannot be bandaged. We have to change the water from time to time. At the same time, give him some decoctions to replenish qi, nourish the blood, and expel the poison. Chapter 1779. Feng Jiu glanced at the two and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Pour me a cup of tea, and I'll tell you." When the two heard this, their faces flushed red. At this moment, they knew that their question was a little out of line. Generally speaking, a doctor wouldn't allow others to help him during treatment. Unless that person was his disciple, only then would they have the chance to see him treat. Even they were the same. When they were treating or refining pills, they wouldn't allow others to watch. However, if this person was their disciple, it would be different. Just now, the two of them had been helping and watching from the side. The red-clothed young man had not said anything to stop them, nor had he avoided them. Now, he had asked them to pour him a cup of tea. In terms of age, they were older than him, but in terms of medical skills, he could be considered as their equal. If they poured him a cup of tea, he would dispel their doubts, and it wouldn't be a loss. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other with tacit understanding. Then, the two of them turned around and walked outside. One of them held a teacup, while the other held a teapot. Under the astonished gazes of all the peak masters and sect masters, they walked in front of Feng Jiu and poured him a cup of tea. "Would young Master Feng please dispel our doubts?" Murong Yishuan was slightly surprised when he saw this, but he also felt relieved. Feng Jiu's medical skills were superb, and he was known as the Ghost Doctor. These two from Huaxian sect were also straightforward people. If there was something they didn't understand, they would naturally ask. Outside, everyone who heard the commotion inside couldn't hide their curiosity and peeked inside. When they saw the two of them pouring tea for the red-clothed young man, they were even more dumbfounded. Then, the red-clothed young man sat down after washing his hands. His expression was natural and calm as he took a sip of the tea and said he lost so much blood that the water in his body would naturally be lost. Although the effects of pills are fast, it's hard to replenish the water lost in his body. Therefore, after stabilizing his aura, the effects of the decoction would naturally be better than the pills. Hearing this, the two of them were enlightened and immediately understood. So that's how it was. One of them was a doctor, while the other was an alchemist, yet they didn't think of this point. Then how can the flesh be sewn with needle and thread? Will there be any adverse effects? The doctor asked again. Feng Jiu was a little thirsty and finished a cup of tea. She gestured for another cup and then said, "Suturing the wound with needle and thread can make the wound heal as soon as possible. It's faster than letting the wound heal naturally, and you don't have to worry about infection and swelling. As long as the stitches are removed in a few days, there won't be any bad effects. I'll get someone to brew some medicine first." As the doctor spoke, he nodded slightly at Feng Jiu before turning to leave. Perhaps it was because they had seen Feng Ix's treatment skills, but the way they looked at him was a little different. Only then did the people outside walk in. They looked at Feng Jiu in a different light. However, they did not say anything. They only glanced at perfected Lord Yuanqing, who was lying on the bed. They were all powerful cultivators. With a glance, they naturally knew that true Lord Yuanqing's aura was much more stable than before. They all felt that it was inconceivable. The red-clothed young man's medical skills were truly brilliant. He was still able to save him in such a state. Chapter 1780. Only half of it has been cured, not completely. Feng Jiu looked at the person on the bed and said, Not only was he poisoned, he also has internal injuries. If the poison is not cured, the internal injuries cannot be treated. Now, we can only save his life so that he won't die. If he wants to be out of danger, he needs to completely cure the internal injuries, and then he'll be fine. She paused and looked at the sect leader. Moreover, to cure the poison, I still lack the medicine. The sect master heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed like perfected Lord Yuanqing's life was saved. He smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the spiritual herbs. We have them in the Huaxian sect. If you need anything, I'll get someone to send it to you." Seeing this, Fengjiu looked at Murong Yixian. "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Yes." He took out a set from a space and placed it on the table in front of her. She immediately wrote down 20 to 30 spiritual medicines and handed it to the sect leader. "The spiritual medicines I need are all here. The age is also marked. You must send it over according to the marked age." The sect leader took a look and was stunned. The spiritual medicines on the list were not precious, but they had to be more than 500 years old. There were even a few that were rarer. Hence, he looked at the young man and read and asked, "When do you need these? Do you want them to be boiled into soup or refined into pills? Do you need help from my sect? Does your sect have an alchemist who can refine 6th-grade pills into rare-grade pills?" Fengjiu asked calmly. The sect leader was stunned. 6th-grade pills and rare-grade pills? How is this possible? Their sect had alchemists who could refine 6th-grade pills, but there was no guarantee that the finished product would be rare-grade. "Perhaps you have an alchemist who can concoct the best antidote?" she asked again. Hearing this, the sect leader did not speak, but the peak leaders could not help but ask, "Can you? For the same spiritual medicine, can't you just refine the antidote?" Fengjiu smiled and shook his head. "Your Excellency is not an alchemist, nor a doctor, nor a pharmacist, so naturally you don't understand these things." Since he didn't understand, it was pointless for her to tell him. She stood up and said to the sect master, "Prepare the medicine on the list and send it over tomorrow. It's getting late, everyone. Let's go back and rest." "Sovereign, peak masters, let me send you off." As Murong Yixian spoke, he gestured for everyone to leave. Seeing this, everyone turned around and walked out. When they were outside, the master said to Murong Yixian, "Arrange a place for the ghost doctor to rest. See if he needs anything." "Yes, I will." Murong Yixian nodded in response. After sending everyone off, he returned to the cave and saw Fengjiu walking around inside, pointing at one of the rooms. "I don't think anyone lives here, so I'll stay here tonight. I'll be close to your Shizuan, and I'll be the first to know if anything happens to him." Hearing this, Murong Yixian glanced at the room and said, "This is the room my Shizuan usually uses to entertain his friends. Since you want to stay here, I'll get someone to change the bedding and tidy it up. You can sit here first." "All right, just tidy it up a little will do." As she spoke, she walked to the side and sat down. Chapter 1781. Fengjiu looked at it and said, "All right, that's it. Keep an eye on your master. If he has a fever and cold sweat in the middle of the night, wake me up." After she instructed, she closed the stone door. She took off her outer clothes and laid on the bed. She exhaled softly and stared blankly at the ceiling. She originally thought that she would consummate her marriage with Mo Zhe first, and she had already mentally prepared herself. Who knew that such a good atmosphere would be interrupted by Murong Yixian, and he even ran over here from Xinyuan Empire in the middle of the night. This night was really tiring, and her mood was fluctuating. Although she was in an unfamiliar place, she fell into a deep sleep due to her body's exhaustion and the night gradually darkening. Outside, Murong Yixian was guarding his master's bedside. The large stone in his heart was finally half put down. Thinking back to when his master brought him here, it could be said that it changed his life. If he hadn't met his master, perhaps he would still be wandering around somewhere. His master had given him a new lease on life. Although they were master and disciple in name, they were closer than father and son. He guided him in his cultivation. He was strict but also kind. He really didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if Fengjiu wasn't here this time. He sat by the bed in a daze. He didn't go to rest until the doctor who had left earlier came in with a bowl of boiled medicine. Only then did he feed his master the medicine bit by bit. Because his master was unconscious, the entire bowl of medicine was only half a bowl at most. That doctor didn't go to rest because the sect master had instructed him to stay and look after him. Thus, the two of them sat by the bed and watched, paying attention to whether or not the situation Fengjiu mentioned happened. The first half of the night was still normal. However, in the second half of the night, he saw that something wasn't right with his master. Not only was his body hot, he was also sweating. He seemed to have regained some consciousness, and his brows were tightly knitted. Thus, in the second half of the night, he knocked on the stone room Fengjiu was resting in. Fengjiu, quickly get up and take a look. My master is hot and sweating. Fengjiu, to hearing the sound. Fengjiu could only get up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the room to let his master take a look. When dawn came, a ray of light shone through a window of the cave and fell on Fengjiu's bed. She lazily turned over, pulled the blanket over her head, and continued to sleep. She barely slept last night because she was woken up not long after she fell asleep. She only went back to her room to rest when it was almost dawn. At this time, it was quiet outside. She just wanted to take a short nap to recover her energy. However, she was woken up again in the middle of the morning. Fengjiu, I've asked someone to cook some porridge. Get up and eat some. Murong Yixian shouted from outside. He hadn't slept all night, and there was a trace of fatigue between his brows. Actually, for an immortal cultivator, a night without rest would not feel anything. However, he was worried, so naturally his state of mind and emotions were different, and it was easier for him to get tired. Fengjiu sighed softly and got up. After washing up, she opened the stone door and walked out. She came to the stone table in the outer room and sat down. I've asked someone to cook some plain porridge with spirit rice. It tastes pretty good. Try it. Murong Yixian scooped a bowl for her and handed her a pair of chopsticks. There are also a few side dishes. Chapter 1782. Greetings, sect leader and peak masters. Murong Yixian stood up and bowed. The sect leader waved his hand, and his gaze fell on Fengjiu, who was dressed in red. He then asked Murong Yixian, "Is your master feeling better?" Last night, master felt a little feverish. However, with Fengjiu around, he's fine now. He reported truthfully. The sect leader nodded and gestured behind him. He then said, "The spiritual medicine has been prepared." Several disciples behind him carried boxes of spiritual medicine and placed them in the room inside. Fengjiu glanced at them and said, "I'll take a look later." Then, he continued to eat his breakfast. "Bring us to see your master." The sect leader looked at Murong Yixian and said, "Yes, sect leader. Peak masters, please come in." He made an inviting gesture and invited them to enter together. When the sect leader and the others entered to see Lord Yuan Qing, Fengjiu entered the room after eating and looked at the spiritual medicine. She picked up and put down the spiritual medicine one by one. She was very satisfied with the spiritual medicine that the sect leader and the others had brought. She put the spiritual medicine into her space and walked out. She called out, "Murong Yixian, what's the matter?" He walked out and asked, "Find me an alchemy room," she said slowly. When the sect leader heard this, he walked out and said, "Our sect's alchemy peak has the best alchemy room. You can go there to refine pills." Fengjiu shook his head. "It's too troublesome. Just find one on this peak." "There's no alchemy room on this peak, and there's no alchemy furnace, I'm afraid." Before Murong Yixian could finish his sentence, he saw Fengjiu waving his hand and stopped. "I don't need those things. I just need an empty place where I won't be disturbed." Hearing that, Murong Yixian thought for a bit, then said, "There's another dwelling 100 meters away from here. That place is empty, and there are formations protecting it. No one will walk around there. However, other than the dwelling, there's nothing else there. Then that's the place. Just point me to the place, and I'll go there myself. I'll come out when the medicinal pills are done. Before the medicinal pills are done, don't disturb me." As she spoke, she glanced at the sect master and the peak masters. "Also, I hope that the Huasian sect can help me seal off the news about me. Don't let it leak out." Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard this. They looked at each other, but nodded in agreement. Other people wanted nothing more than to be famous, but he didn't like to be famous. His personality was rather strange. That's right, from the moment I saw this young man last night, I felt that his temper was a bit strange, so it wasn't surprising that he would have such a request. I'll take you there. As Murong Yixin spoke, he personally brought her to the Immortal's Cave. Because it was only 100 meters away, it wasn't very far. After sending her there, he returned. This young man, called Fengjiu, also known as the Ghost Doctor, where did you bring him back from? The Peak Masters who didn't leave stayed in the Immortal's Cave and waited for Murong Yixin to return before asking. They didn't have the chance last night, but they finally had the chance today. They had to ask. Chapter 1783. Everyone nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Only the sect leader pondered for a while and asked, he can refine a 6th grade elixir? It should be possible. Murong Yixin said. It was rumored that he could, but he had never received a 6th grade elixir from her, so he wasn't very sure. However, according to his understanding, if Fengjiu didn't have the ability to refine the elixir, she wouldn't have rejected the sect leader's suggestion. Hearing this, the sect leader didn't say anything. He just looked at the cave where Fengjiu was refining the elixir. He wanted to know if he could really refine such an elixir. That means that old man Yuanqing won't die. I didn't expect that crazy old man to be right again. One of the Peak Masters muttered. It was only then that the crowd recalled that when perfected Lord Yuanqing was in trouble and they were all worried, the crazy old man from their sect seemed to have been saying something about not being able to die. Originally, everyone didn't take his words seriously. After all, 8 out of 10 times, that crazy old man was wrong. They didn't expect him to be right this time. Perfected Lord Yuanqing's life wasn't meant to end. He was saved by a benefactor. However, they didn't know who this red-robed young man was. Even they couldn't do anything about it, but he didn't need to waste any effort and was confident that he could cure half of the poison easily. They couldn't help but admire him. All right, let's disperse. Seal the news here and don't spread it out. Especially before perfected Lord Yuanqing is out of danger. Everything must be kept a secret. The sect leader instructed before turning to leave. After everyone agreed, they left one after another. On the other side, after Fengjiu entered the cave, she started refining the elixir. Although she entered the cave, she didn't want to cause any commotion. After entering the cave, she activated the formation and went into her space to refine the elixir. While the people of the Huaxian sect thought that it would take at least a few days or even longer for the pills to be refined, the peak leaders of the various peaks and sect leaders were all staring at the sky. They were thinking that if this level 6 pill was refined, the sky would definitely change color, and the clouds would surge, and lightning would flash. Therefore, they didn't need to go to perfected Lord Yuanqing's cave to know whether the red-robed young man had refined the elixir or not. Unexpectedly, in the evening, just as the peak masters and sect masters were paying attention to the sky from time to time, Fengjiu finished refining the pills in the space. After putting the 3 pills into 3 bottles, Fengjiu flashed out of the space. Sect leader, even if that young man can concoct pills, it's impossible for him to do it in a day. I think he'll need at least 3 days. An old man said with a smile to the sect leader, who was looking at the sky from time to time. The young man's origin is mysterious and his temper is strange. However, his abilities are not ordinary. The way he does things is difficult to understand. As the sect leader spoke, he stopped looking at the sky and turned to look at the old man in front of him. He asked, "A while ago, we sent many disciples to secretly search. Didn't they say that there was news of the Star of the Phoenix? Why haven't we seen her yet?" Sigh. Chapter 1784. What news? The sect leader asked. It's like this. There are several rumors about the Phoenix Star. One of them is from the lower reaches of the continent. The princess of a low-level country is very likely to be the Phoenix Star. However, according to the latest news, this small country seems to have been destroyed half a year ago. There is no other news. The other rumors are from our upper reaches of the continent. Among them, the one who is favored by the various sects is the daughter of an aristocratic family. He paused for a moment before continuing. It said that when this girl was born, an auspicious sign descended from the heavens. Furthermore, this girl is extremely talented and is a disciple of one of the four great sects, the Sky Sun sect. She has an extremely good reputation in the Sky Sun sect. When this news spread, the Sky Sun sect even sent someone to visit Elder Tianji to ask if this was the girl. However, Elder Tianji did not say it directly and only gave a few vague words. In the past few months, this girl's treatment in the Sky Sun sect seemed to have improved again. Although the Sky Sun sect did not release the news, some people who received the news guessed that this Feng Xing was very likely this girl. Hearing this, the sect leader thought for a moment and said, "Then send someone to find out. If the situation is true, the Sky Sun sect should not hide it from the other sections. After all, even if we know who Feng Xing is, we will only nurture and protect her and will not do anything to her." "Yes, then I will send someone to the Sky Sun sect tomorrow." As the elder spoke, he was about to leave when he heard a voice from the Jade Token. When he heard the words in the Jade Token, the elder looked at the sect leader in astonishment. "Sect leader, we just received news that the red-robed youth had successfully refined the pill. Furthermore, perfected Lord Yuanqing woke up half an hour after consuming the pill." Hearing this, the sect leader was also astonished. "So fast? We didn't see any movement from here. Didn't they say that it was a level 6 pill? How could it be?" He instinctively looked towards the sky and saw that it was still calm. He could not help but think to himself, could it be that the youth already had the antidote pill? Otherwise, why would there be no movement from the completion of a level 6 pill? The two of them stood up and left together, ready to see what was going on. In the main peak, where Supreme Yuanqing was, Murong Yishuan was introducing Fengjiu to him. "Master, she is Fengjiu. It is all thanks to her that you are safe and sound." Perfected Lord Yuanqing nodded at Fengjiu and said, "Thank you. I have heard about you from Yishuan. I did not expect to meet you under such circumstances. True Monarch has just woken up and his body is still very weak. Rest well first. After a few days of recuperation, your body will slowly recover," Fengjiu said slowly. "All right." Perfected Lord Yuanqing had just woken up and his body was indeed weak. After a few words, he fell asleep again. Murong Yishuan and Fengjiu walked outside. When they were outside, Fengjiu handed a bottle of medicine to Murong Yishuan and said, "Take 1 pill a day in this bottle. After 3 days, take other pills to regulate breathing and you'll be fine. The poison has been neutralized and you are fine. I have done what I promised you." "Thank you. It is all thanks to you this time." He was sincerely grateful. Chapter 1785. She looked at the sky outside. Although it was getting dark and the night was getting darker, it was just right to leave at this time. So, she turned to Murong Yishuan and said, "Your master has woken up. He has taken the elixir and the poison in his body has been cured. I won't stay any longer and will leave now." Hearing that, Murong Yishuan was slightly surprised. "You're leaving? Now?" She nodded, "And I have nothing to do here anyway. But since I'm here, let's look around first." Hearing that, he was a little worried and said, "It's getting late now. Even if you want to leave, you can leave tomorrow. It's dark and difficult to travel at night. You're all alone. How can I let you leave alone?" Fengjiu smiled. "It's not like I haven't walked at night. All right, let's leave it at that. You can send me out of the sect. I can do it myself when I'm outside." Seeing that she had made up her mind, he sighed softly and didn't say anything more. He just told Hei Feng, the guard in black, to stay by his master's side. Then, he personally sent Fengjiu to the sect's gate. They flew on their swords, and the sky gradually darkened. They didn't attract the attention of others in the sect. When Murong Yishuan sent her out of the sect, he asked, "Where are you going next? Do you have any plans?" Fengjiu chuckled and looked at the road ahead. "Let's look around first. Anyway, this place is so big. It'll be there wherever I go." Then, she turned and said, "Go back. I'm leaving." Then, she waved her hand and walked forward. Murong Yishuan took a deep look at the leaving figure. That red robe was extremely dazzling even in the night. Looking at her natural confidence, his eyes flashed and a touch of sadness flashed through his eyes. He only said softly, "Be careful on the way." Sometimes he couldn't help but think that if he didn't recognize the wrong person and if he didn't break off the engagement with her, would there be a different ending? However, every time he interacted with her, he understood that she was Fengjiu, not Feng Qingran. As a Fengjiu, she was proud, confident, and carefree. Even if they hadn't broken off the engagement, as long as he hadn't entered her heart, they would never be a couple. What was Feng Qingran like? In just a few years, he seemed to have forgotten everything in the past. All he remembered was Feng Qingran, who had become a Fengjiu. Perhaps, as Fengjiu said, he loved Feng Qingran, but his love was not deep enough. Otherwise, how could he not recognize whether the person beside him was the one he loved? In this world, there were some feelings that were missed. Even if he wanted to redeem them, he was powerless to do so. He shook his head and smiled. He thought that he had already let go, but he didn't expect that there were still some thoughts in his heart. Gathering his thoughts, he turned around and walked back. At this time, the sect master, the elder, and the peak masters who heard the news had already arrived at the main peak. They saw Hei Feng guarding the cave, but they didn't see Murong Yixian. They wanted to go in, but they were stopped. Senior Monarch has already fallen asleep. Ghost Doctor ordered us not to disturb him. Hei Feng said flatly, "Is he really awake? Is the poison cured? Where's your master? And that Fengjiu? Why don't we see him?" A senior monarch asked. He couldn't see the two people anywhere. Chapter 1786. When everyone heard the voice, they turned around and saw him walking over from behind them. They couldn't help but wonder, "Where did you go?" Murong Yixian bowed to everyone and continued, "I sent Fengjiu away. Do you all want to go in and see my master?" He woke up earlier but fell asleep again because his body is still very weak. "Why don't you all come back tomorrow? You should be more energetic tomorrow." Hearing this, the sect master asked, "Your master really woke up? The poison in his body has been cured? Is he all right?" "He's awake, and the poison has been cured. His body is still very weak, and he needs to rest for a while to recover." His gaze swept over and saw that the doctor from before wasn't here. He said, "I've also let the sect's doctor examine him. Sect master need not worry." "Then why did you let the ghost doctor leave? Since his body hasn't recovered, he should have stayed until he recovers. If he left now and something happened, where would we find him?" The sect master frowned slightly and was a little worried that there would be more accidents. Murong Yixian smiled and said, "That won't happen. The doctor also said that the poison has been cured and his internal injuries are also recuperating. What he lacks now is time to recuperate. Besides, Fengjiu wants to leave, so I can't force him to stay. You two come with me to take a look. The rest of you go back first. Don't disturb Lord Yuanqing's rest." As the sect master spoke, he indicated for Murong Yixian and the old man beside him to go in with him. Wait. Old man, let's go in and take a look too." Suddenly, a voice was heard. Everyone was stunned and turned to look. They saw a figure walking over unsteadily. There was a hint of drunkenness on his face, and his steps were unsteady. "Crazy old man, what are you doing here?" one of the peak masters asked when he saw him. The old man dressed in gray who was walking unsteadily glanced at him and smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Of course I'm here to see the Star of Phoenix. Otherwise, do you think I'm here to see you?" Hearing this, the peak master's face darkened. "You crazy old man. Did you drink a lot of wine again? You can't stop talking nonsense. Sect master, look at him. He doesn't have the majesty of a peak master from head to toe. Don't just talk. Remember to find time to send the 10 jars of spirit wine you lost to me." That old man laughed mischievously and walked over to Murong Yixian's side with swaying steps. "What about Star of the Phoenix? Let me see what he looks like." When the sect master heard this, he was slightly startled. When the old man said that he was here to see the Phoenix Star, he was a little startled. Star of the Phoenix? When did their magnificent, immortal sect come to the Star of the Phoenix? Wasn't Feng Xing in the Heavenly Sun sect? Just as she was thinking, she heard Murong Yixian's voice. "Fengjiu has already left. I just sent her off." "What do you mean? Why don't I understand?" The faction leader asked with a frown as his gaze fell on Murong Yixian. "Are you stupid? Since she was already here, how could he let her go? From the looks of it, you didn't tell them that the person who saved your master was Feng Xing?" Crazy old man glared and burped again. He had originally wanted to see what this star phoenix looked like, but who would have thought that she had left? It was rare for him to get a good look at her, but who would have thought that he would miss her without even seeing her? Thinking of this, he shook his head and turned to leave with a lack of interest. Since she's not here, then forget it. I'll go back and continue drinking. Chapter 1787. He had no intention of hiding it from them. Furthermore, now that the people of the evil sect were plotting against Fengjiu, he hoped that the sect could help Fengjiu at the right time. Murong Yishuan paused for a moment, then said, Fengjiu is Feng Xing. What proof do you have? The sect leader asked what everyone wanted to know. Murong Yishuan smiled. Elder Tianji's disciple is very familiar with her. Furthermore, I know that it's her. As for proof, I really don't have it. What he knew, he could not tell them, so he was sure that they might not believe him completely, but he was sure that they would investigate after he told them. Since you know that she's Feng Xing, why did you let her go? Don't you know that some of the evil sect's forces have been stirring recently? If you let her go out alone and she falls into their hands, won't she be in danger? The sect leader frowned and said, she shouldn't have gone too far. Bring some people and bring her back immediately. That's right. After we bring her back, we can investigate whether it's her or not. A monarch agreed. Let's go. I'll go with you. Another monarch said to Murong Yishuan. However, Murong Yishuan shook his head. It's no use. You don't understand Fengjiu. She's a very independent person. She'll only do things if she wants to do them. We've never forced her to do anything. If she wants to leave, we can't stop her. We won't harm her if we keep her. Another peak leader said. Murong Yishuan smiled and said gently, that's why I said it's no use. If she wants to stay, she'll stay. If she doesn't want to stay, even if we have good intentions, she won't stay. Furthermore, even if we chase after her now, we won't be able to find her. They knew too little about Fengjiu's abilities, and they didn't understand Fengjiu's character either. That was why they had said such things. If she was the kind of person who was willing to be protected and had no opinions of her own, she wouldn't be Fengjiu. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't know what to say for a moment. In the end, the sect master sighed and said, then let her be. However, we can't spread this news. Ever since the news of the Phoenix Star dominating the world had spread, all the great forces on the mainland have become restless. Some want to kill her, while others want to pull her into the evil faction. Even though we've taken precautions, it seems that the situation won't go as we wish. Since that's the case, let her be. Don't worry, sect leader. She's not an ordinary person and won't walk the normal path. You don't have to worry about her. Murong Yishuan said warmly. The sect master nodded and gestured for everyone to leave. He and an old man beside him went to visit perfected Lord Yuanqing before returning to the main peak. As for Fengjiu's side, it was just as Murong Yishuan had said. After she had left the Huaxian sect's territory, she took advantage of the darkness of the night to enter the space and changed into a set of green robes. She also changed her appearance slightly. Although she was still dressed as a man, one could no longer tell that she looked the same as before. At this moment, even if Murong Yishuan were to stand in front of her, he would not be able to recognize that the person before him was Fengjiu. Chapter 1788. After dressing up, she was very satisfied with her current appearance. She was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, she rested in the space and prepared to go out tomorrow morning. The next morning, the sky was hazy. She came out of the space and walked in the mountain forest. While picking herbs, she followed the mountain path down the mountain to enter the city. In the mountain forest in the early morning, birds chirped and leaves rustled. Fresh air filled the forest. Her steps were light, and she hummed a little tune. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a wild mountain pass through the weeds in the forest. She could not help but pause. This is meat delivered to my door. She softly muttered, her eyes fixed on the two wild chickens that passed by. The two wild chickens did not seem to be aware of the danger. After running for a while, they stopped and looked around. They used their claws to scratch the ground as if looking for food. At this time, Fengjiu saw that there was no one around. She took out a black net from the space and walked forward with light steps. She threw the black net in front of her and covered the two wild chickens. Caught! She happily walked forward and caught one of them. She wrapped the other in the black net and threw it into the medicine basket on her back. She found some dry branches and dried leaves nearby and found an open space to prepare the wild chicken. She planned to eat this roasted wild chicken in the morning and at noon. About an hour later, the aroma of roasted meat spread through the forest. After the roasted chicken was cooked, Fengjiu kicked some soil with her feet to put out the fire. She took the roasted chicken and walked along the mountain path, tearing it apart and eating it. This feeling of eating while walking in the forest was very novel. Moreover, she did not have a destination. Her pace was leisurely and her mood was relaxed. Coupled with the delicious food in hand, her whole mood was different. Walking along the path, her hands were already covered in chicken grease from tearing apart the roasted chicken. It could be said that her image was not very good, but she did not care. Until more than half of the chicken was finished, she burped and wrapped the rest up. She quickened her pace and followed the sound of water, intending to wash the grease off her hands. There were no fish in the clear water. The water in the mountains flowed from top to bottom. It was so clear that you could see the bottom. There were only a few fallen leaves floating on it. The water in the mountains was refreshing and refreshing. After washing her hands, she washed her face. She was not worried that the disguise on her face would fall off. After all, if she wanted to remove the disguise on her face and reveal her original appearance, she would need her potion. Phew, I'm so full. She sat down on a rock and took off her shoes to soak her feet. However, at this time, she narrowed her eyes and listened to the birds chirping on the branches. She felt the breath of a stranger. Young man, how can you stick your feet into the water when you're occupying the upper reaches of the water source? Fortunately, when I filled with water, I saw a layer of oil on the surface. Hearing the angry voice, Fengjiu withdrew her feet. She used a cloth to wipe the water off and put on her boots. She turned around to look at the person who came. She saw that it was a man around 35 years old. He was dressed plainly and had a straight face. However, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Seeing this, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I thought there was no one around here, so I washed my hands after eating." Chapter 1789. When the man saw Fengjiu's apologetic expression, he did not say anything else. His face darkened as he scooped up some clean water before turning around and heading downstream. Seeing this, Fengjiu called out to him, "Big brother, please wait a moment." "What?" The man stopped and turned around to look at Fengjiu with a dark expression. His tone was not very friendly. Fengjiu smiled and said, "I came here to pick herbs and accidentally got lost. I want to ask if there's a faster way out of this mountain forest." The man glanced at Fengjiu and his gaze paused on the medicine basket for a moment before saying, "Follow this water source and get out of the mountain the fastest way." With that, he hurriedly left. "Many thanks." Fengjiu raised her voice and glanced at the water source again. Of course, she knew to follow the water source, but how long would it take? Although she was idle now, she didn't want to stay in this mountain forest for too long. She sighed softly and continued to walk down with a medicine basket on her back. She thought that once she left this lush forest, she would be able to fly on her sword. It would save her some time. At the bottom of the water source, the man who had met Fengjiu earlier handed some water to a 50-year-old middle-aged man to drink. He then worriedly asked, "Father, how do you feel? Do you feel better?" "I've rested for a while, and I'm already much better." The middle-aged man lightly sighed and leaned against a large tree as he narrowed his eyes. On the side, there were several men with restrained auras. They looked to be in their 30s to 50s. Accompanying them was an old man in gray clothes. He carried an exquisite small medicine box on his waist. He seemed to be a doctor. The group of them surrounded the middle-aged man who was leaning against the tree with unconcealable worry between their brows. I never thought that the alchemist and doctor of the Huaxian sect would also be unable to do anything. In this case, we can only go to the Sky Sun sect to take a look. The old man in gray sighed. He looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Patriarch, don't worry. There are many people with superb medical skills in this world. As long as we can meet them, Patriarch will definitely be fine. Forget it. I don't have much hope anymore." Even a medical sage and alchemy saint master of the magnificent immortal sect said that there's no way. What else can I do? Life and death are predestined. So be it. I don't want to suffer anymore. Let's go back. Exhaustion was written all over his face. He had been running around seeking medical help for a few months now. Every time he met someone, they would say that there was no way and that they would seek help from someone else. In the past few months, we visited 3 of the 4 great sects. Now, only the Sky Sun sect is left. However, if the other 3 didn't have a solution, how could the Sky Sun sect possibly have one? It seemed that this was the will of the heavens, so he didn't want to force it anymore. It was better to take advantage of the fact that his body hadn't reached its final moments to return to the family and make arrangements for the family's affairs. This was to prevent the family from falling into chaos once he passed away. When everyone heard his words, they were momentarily speechless. After searching for so long, asking so many doctors with superb medical skills, as well as some high-grade alchemists, none of them had a suitable treatment method or medicine. Perhaps there really was no way. Just as everyone's mood was gloomy, they suddenly heard a light humming of a song. The tune of the song was somewhat different from what they were used to. Moreover, the sound permeated the mountain forest and reverberated in the air. They couldn't tell where it was coming from. Chapter 1790. Fengjiu hummed a song about orchid flowers as she walked down the stream. The lyrics were not out yet, but the lively melody made her footsteps light and her mood different. She hummed a song as she used a tree branch to hit the weeds on the side of the mountain path. Occasionally, she would push aside some branches and vines that were blocking the way as she walked down. Although she did not see anyone, the divine sense she released had already detected the people below. In this area, she had only met the man who had come up to fill the water. She did not need to think to know that it was them. Sure enough, as she walked down while humming a song, she saw that the group was preparing to leave. "Big brother, we meet again." She grinned and waved at him. Her gaze swept over the other people without leaving a trace. Finally, her gaze paused on the middle-aged man in his 50s and then moved away. "Jimming, do you know him?" The middle-aged man asked his son beside him. The man in his 30s glanced at the youth carrying the basket of herbs and then looked away. He said to his father, "This youth is resting upstream." The oil in the water was caused by him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. He looked at the simple and honest youth in green and then smiled, saying, "Looks like a youth who picks herbs." Fengjiu revealed a somewhat silly smile and scratched her head in embarrassment. "I pick herbs. Because I was hungry, I caught a pheasant and roasted it. There was oil on my hands, so I washed them. I didn't expect to see people downstream. Hee hee." "I see." The middle-aged man smiled and nodded his head. He then said, "This forest is rather deep, so the herbs here should be common. Elixirs are extremely rare, but there are many ferocious beasts. You're just a youngster and don't have any companions. If you want to go down the mountain, you can come with us." "Ah." Fengjiu blinked and looked at the middle-aged man with a kind smile in surprise. "Master, how can we do that? We don't know where this youth came from." A man behind said and looked at Fengjiu cautiously. "Sigh." The middle-aged man waved his hand and did not mind. "It's just a youth. Don't make such a fuss. Moreover, he looks like a 15 or 16-year-old child. What is there to worry about?" When Fengjiu heard this, her eyes narrowed with a smile. She touched her face with one hand and said cheerfully, "Uncle, I'm almost 20 years old. Does she look so young? 15 or 16 years old?" When the middle-aged man heard this, he was also surprised. He then laughed. "I really couldn't tell. After all, your voice hasn't changed. You look like a 15 or 16-year-old youth." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "It's not good." Then she asked, "Is it far to go down the mountain? Can we walk before dark?" "There's no way out. This is a mountain forest that borders the magnificent immortal sect. The trees here are lush and the roads are not easy to traverse. If not for the fact that there are too many branches in this forest, I would be able to fly on my sword or ride on a flying magic artifact." As the middle-aged man spoke, he saw the youth in front of him looking up at the sky. He smiled and asked, "How should I address you, little brother?" "Oh, my surname is Feng." She retracted her gaze and looked at the middle-aged man. Chapter 1791. Uncle Lu. Fengjiu glanced at him. His eyes narrowed into slits as he greeted him. There was no awkwardness or discomfort. Lu Jiming, who was standing at the side, saw that his father was chatting so well with a youth and could not help but feel a little puzzled. It was just a youth, and he could not see anything outstanding about him. He really did not know how his father got along so well with him. With Fengjiu leading the way, the Lu family's people were led by two burly men, and there were a few people behind them. Fengjiu, Old Master Lu, and Lu Jiming walked in the middle. Along the way, Lu Jiming could only watch, because he realized that once this unremarkable youth started chatting, there was nothing he did not know about. No matter what his father talked about, he would be able to respond. However, he did notice something. This youth was knowledgeable, but he did not seem to know much about the layout of the east, west, north, and south, as well as the situation of the various places. Towards these things, he did not know anything at all. Little brother Feng, you rarely leave the mountain, right? Why did you come to this mountain to gather herbs? Old Master Lu was also curious. This youth was obviously knowledgeable, but he did not know anything about the geography of the various places. It was as if he lived deep in the mountains. How did you know? Fengjiu widened his eyes, his face full of curiosity. His simple and honest appearance completely deceived people, completely unaware that this was clearly a little fox. Hearing Fengjiu's words, the corners of the others' mouths twitched. The two of them chatted the whole way, and they listened the whole way. If they did not know, then wouldn't they have lived in vain? They were already a little dazed when they saw this youth. Now that he asked this question, they were even more dazed. Could it be that he thought that everyone was like him, lost in the deep mountains and old forests? Indeed, Old Master Lu laughed joyfully. Perhaps it was Fengjiu's expression that made him laugh, or perhaps it was that silly words that made him laugh. His deep laughter came from his chest and spread joyfully through the forest. Little brother Feng, it really is a pleasure chatting with you. As Old Master Lu spoke, he felt his body relax. Hee. Fengjiu smiled and did not reply. What Fengjiu didn't expect was that they didn't tell her how long it would take to get down the mountain. She didn't ask in detail and just kept walking with them. When it was dark in the evening, they lit a fire in the forest to rest. When she asked, they said that they hadn't even walked 1/3 of the way. Little brother Feng, didn't you say there's nothing urgent? Then there's no need to rush. We'll reach the foot of the mountain in a few days. Old Master Lu said with a smile as he sat down by the fire and waved to Fengjiu. Come, sit over here. It's warmer. All right. She nodded and walked over. The medicine basket on her back made a sound that shocked everyone. Kikik! Everyone was stunned, and their gazes fell on her medicine basket. Fengjiu chuckled when she saw the astonished looks on everyone's faces. I've already eaten one of the pheasants that I caught, but there's still one that's still alive. I reckon that I knocked it out earlier, so it didn't make a single sound along the way. As she spoke, she took off the medicine basket on her back and handed the half-wrapped leftover roast chicken to the person beside her. Uncle Lu, please help me hold this. This is the leftover roast chicken I ate this morning. Chapter 1792. He held the roasted chicken in his hand and looked at the youth who was rummaging through the basket of herbs. He vaguely saw that he seemed to have pulled open a net and grabbed a pheasant from within. Here, big brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to let them handle it. You can roast it for Uncle to eat. Fengjiu handed the fluttering pheasant to Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming glanced at Fengjiu, took the pheasant, and handed it to the people behind him, instructing them to handle it. A gray-robed elder came forward and looked into the basket before asking, You put the pheasant in there. The herbs inside should have been trampled, right? He could vaguely see some messy herbs and a black net. Because it was dark at night, he couldn't tell what kind of herbs were inside. As for the black net, he treated it as an ordinary net and ignored it. It's all right, it's just some ordinary herbs. They can still be used after washing and drying. Moreover, I plan to sell in the city. Even if they don't look very good, they'll still be worth some money. She smiled as she spoke, tidying up the things in the basket before placing it behind her. Uncle, just give it to me. I can still eat it after it's heated up. She pointed at the remaining roasted chicken. Here, Old Master Lu handed it to him. Seeing that he opened it and placed it over the fire, he said, How about we don't need it? Let them roast it hot. It'll taste better. Fengjiu flipped the stick with the roasted chicken in his hand and said, No need, no need. I'll just eat this. Seeing this, old Master Lu didn't say anything else. However, when the roasted chicken in Fengjiu's hand was heated up, the aroma wafted out. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he smelled it. Your roasted chicken smells really good. If you live in the mountains, you have to have this skill. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat good food, Fengjiu said with a smile. He looked at old Master Lu beside him and said, I've already eaten this, so I won't share it with you. When I'm done eating, I'll help you roast that pheasant. All right. Old Master Lu nodded in response. Therefore, after the Fengjiu finished eating, she took the processed pheasant and began to roast it. When she was about to add seasoning to the pheasant, a man shouted, What are you adding? Then he vigilantly tried to snatch the seasoning bottle from her hand. Fengjiu narrowed his eyes and swung the branch in his other hand at the man's outstretched hand. A swoosh was heard, followed by the man's gasp. Hiss! The man instinctively withdrew his hand and glared at Fengjiu. When he extended his hand again, he saw a red mark on the back of his hand. He became even angrier. You brat, you dare to hit me. He balled his hand into a fist and swung it at Fengjiu. How dare you? Master Lu, who was at the side, shouted in a deep voice. His voice carried the pressure of a superior, causing the man's heart to tremble and his eardrums to hurt. He involuntarily withdrew his hand, lowered his head, and took a step back. Master Lu's stern gaze swept over and lectured. You're really getting more and more out of hand. Hurry up and leave. Yes. The man glared at Fengjiu angrily, then lowered his head and left. Little brother Feng, don't take offense. They're just worried about my health, he said with a smile as he looked deeply at the young man beside him. He was a little surprised at how the young man had slapped his bodyguard. Chapter 1793. No, why would I be offended? Fengjiu hurriedly waved his hand and said, then smiled embarrassedly. I just whipped that big guy. Uncle Lu, don't blame me. It's just an instinctive reaction. Oh, what do you mean? That old Master Lu asked with interest. Don't I live in the mountains? Every time I barbecued meat, some small animals would steal things from me when I wasn't paying attention. I would often whip them, and this back and forth became habit. As he spoke, he sprinkled some seasonings on the roast chicken and said, Uncle Lu, don't worry. These are all spices. It's not harmful to the body. Oh, I see. He nodded, not worried that this young man would put poison on the roast meat. After all, it wouldn't do him any good. The two chatted, and not long after, Fengjiu added the last spices, cut off a drumstick from the roast chicken, and handed it to him. It's done, Uncle Lu. Try it. Okay. He smiled and was about to eat it, but the gray-robed old man beside him took it. Give this to me first. I smell it. It's delicious. My stomach has been growling for a long time, the gray-robed old man said. As the gray-clothed old man spoke, he took a sniff of the roasted chicken leg and tore off a small piece to eat. Then, he said to Lord Lu, Lord, this little brother Feng is really good at roasting meat. It's really delicious. Fengjiu smiled and narrowed his eyes, looking simple and honest. She naturally knew that the gray-robed old man wanted to see if the roast meat was poisoned, and he probably didn't trust her. However, this was normal. When one was outside, it was necessary to be vigilant. Moreover, old Master Lu's identity should not be ordinary. After all, other than his own extraordinary cultivation, the people by his side were also extraordinary. Here, Uncle Lu, there's another drumstick here. Fengjiu handed him another drumstick. Thank you. He took it and thanked him, then tore off a piece and ate it. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast came from the forest, accompanied by some vibrations. In the air, because of the roar, there was a pressure that could be seen with the naked eye, like ripples in water spreading out in the night. Alert! Several men instantly surrounded old Master Lu and Fengjiu, forming a protective circle. Looking at this pressure, it should be a spirit beast of a high rank. As old Master Lu said, he looked at the night sky thoughtfully and muttered, Why would a spirit beast come here? Could it be that it was chased out from the mountains? Fengjiu, spirit beasts, as they were usually hidden in the mountains. Spirit beasts in this area. Come, there, be ferocious beasts. But there were no spirit beasts because spirit beasts hidden in the mountains It was also because of this that Uncle Lou guessed that this spirit beast might have been chased out from the depths of the mountains. She also felt that this was the case because there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Stop! You can't escape. Surround it. Don't let it escape. In front, it's in front. Quickly catch up. Chapter 1794. Roar. Another beast's roar was heard. Even though she had not seen it, she could tell that this spiritual beast was injured. Its aura was a little messy. This beast's roar was not as powerful as the previous one. Bang, bang. It sounded like the sound of sword aura slashing the ground, or the sound of a spiritual beast crashing into a tree. She could not see it, but the sound was getting closer and clearer. Retreat. Old Master Lu waved his hand and gestured for everyone to retreat quickly. When the crowd heard his command, they quickly protected them and retreated step by step until they were some distance away. Fengjiu followed them and retreated until she saw the scene in front of her. She stopped in her tracks and stopped retreating. A white tiger with a snow-white body suddenly rushed out of the forest. It was one of the rare white tigers, but the problem was that it was a pregnant tigress with a tiger cub in her belly. Judging from her bulging belly, she should be about to give birth. At this moment, this white tiger's snow-white fur was stained with blood. Its front leg seemed to be injured, and it was limping as it ran. Compared to its injuries, what really made it uncomfortable was the violent running and the vibrations in its belly caused by the battle with humans. It seemed to be unable to run anymore. Its hind legs were trembling, and there was a faint trace of blood flowing from them. However, at this moment, more than 10 rogue cultivators were chasing after it surrounded the white tiger. They all looked ferocious, and their strength was at the nascent soul stage. Among them, there was even a cultivator at the mid-stage of the fairy realm. He was probably their leader. They glanced at Old Master Lu and the rest, as if they did not care about them. Their gazes shifted away from them and landed on the white tiger. They raised their heads and laughed loudly. Ah! This white tiger has been chasing it for almost a month. This time, it has finally fallen into our hands. A bald cultivator at the side came forward and asked excitedly, "Big brother, this white tiger looks like it's about to give birth. Should we wait for it to give birth before we capture it? Or should we capture it before it gives birth? Or should we kill this female tiger and take the baby in her belly? Kill the mother tiger and take the little white tiger in her belly." As the middle stage fairy realm wandering cultivator spoke, he stared at the white tiger with a sinister look in his eyes. This tigress is at the peak of the holy beast stage. If she accidentally becomes a divine beast, it will be even more troublesome to deal with her. The middle stage fairy realm cultivator squinted his eyes and said in a sinister voice, "White tigers are rare. Kill this female tiger and skin her for auction. A single piece of white tiger skin is enough for us brothers to eat and drink for several years. As for the little white tiger in her stomach, I'll naturally keep it for myself. I'll make a contract with it and make it my contracted beast." "Good. We'll listen to Big Brother." More than a dozen people instantly attacked, once again forcing the white tiger. Not far away, Old Master Lu saw Fengjiu standing in front and not retreating. He couldn't help but call out, little brother Feng, quickly come over here. These people don't look very pleasing to the eye." Fengjiu muttered softly. With a slight movement of her fingers, she flicked a pill into the bonfire in front of her. Chapter 1795. "I won't do anything rash," she said softly, her gaze fixed in front of her. She was trying to figure out how much longer this white tiger could last. When Old Master Lu saw the expression on Fengjiu's face, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. There was an indescribably strange feeling in his heart. Although it was a little overboard for those itinerant cultivators to surround and attack a pregnant tigress, this was how the world worked. The strong preyed on the weak. What's more, That tigress was a rare white tiger in the tiger clan. It was reasonable for those people to have their eyes on this tigress. Moreover, with these people's strength, it was only a matter of time before this white tiger fell into their hands. In front of them, the white tiger fought with all its might. It bared its teeth and let out a low growl. Its eyes were filled with anger and anxiety, as well as a trace of worry that no one else knew about. Its hind legs were trembling as blood dripped from them. It still had to avoid the attacks of the humans. The pain from its stomach was rapidly draining its strength. Not long after, it saw a long sword piercing towards its neck. It wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were too weak and it fell to the ground. Roar! The white tiger roared in grief and indignation. Its tiger eyes stared fixedly at the long sword that was thrusting towards it. However, at that critical moment, it only saw a tiny ray of light flash past. With a whoosh, it pierced into the wrist of the person holding the sword. The long sword that was thrusting towards it also fell to the ground due to that person's pain. With the danger averted, the white tiger was stunned. It swept its gaze around, and it saw a young man in green robes standing not too far away. When it met the young man's gaze, it let out a low growl. When the Liu family members who were standing behind Feng Jiu saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel that it was strange. None of them saw how Feng Jiu had attacked. They only saw the person who had pierced the white tiger suddenly let out a low cry, and the long sword in his hand fell to the ground. Who is it? The itinerant cultivator, whose long sword had fallen to the ground, shouted fiercely. He suddenly turned around, and his gaze landed on the Liu family members. It's me. Feng Jiu narrowed his eyes with a smile. However, there was no trace of smile in his eyes. When his light voice rang out, he strode forward. Little brother Feng. Old Master Liu had appeared beside Feng Jiu and placed his hand on Feng Jiu's shoulder in an attempt to stop him. Feng Jiu turned around and looked at Old Master Liu with a smile. It's all right, they can't do anything to me. With that, he walked forward. Master, don't interfere. A man stepped forward and said in a low voice, We only met him by chance. There's no need to offend those people for him. Father, we don't have as many people as they do. It's best if we don't get involved in this, Liu Jiming said in a low voice. It was unwise to make an enemy out of those people for the sake of a stranger. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw that the dozen or so rogue cultivators in front of him didn't look right. Their footsteps were weak, and they couldn't even stand steadily. He couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. Damn it, what's going on? A rogue cultivator propped himself up on the ground with his saber as cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. We don't have any strength in our bodies, and we can't even use our spiritual energy. We've been drugged. Another rogue cultivator widened his eyes in shock. He looked at Old Master Liu and the rest, thinking that they were the culprits. However, how they drug him silently? How exactly did they do it? He didn't even notice. Chapter 1796. Since the people on their side did not do anything, it could only mean that little brother Feng was behind this. What did he do it? How could they not notice him when they were all by his side? At this moment, their hearts were filled with shock and astonishment. Fortunately, he did not have any ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, they might not even know when he would lay his hands on them. The gray-robed elder muttered softly, What kind of medicine can knock out a fairy realm cultivator? And it's colorless and odorless? Unbelievable. This is too unbelievable. He was a medical practitioner and naturally knew that it was easy to use medicine to knock out an ordinary cultivator. However, the more powerful a person was, the more useless medicine would be. Furthermore, if there was any smell, it would be easily detected by a powerful person. However, even he did not smell any medicine in the air. If those itinerant cultivators had not collapsed one by one, he would not have dared to believe that someone could use medicine to knock out these itinerant cultivators whose abilities were not to be underestimated. Still not collapsing? Feng Jiu slowly stepped forward. Seeing that some cultivators were lying on the ground, weakly, while some were still holding on, she smiled and narrowed her eyes. She reached out and took out a pack of white medicinal foam from her sleeve. Then I'll add some more for you. As he spoke, he opened the packet of medicinal powder. With a wave of his sleeve, the white powder scattered and sprinkled on the faces of the rogue cultivators. The corners of the mouths of the people from the Liu clan twitched. They were speechless for a long time. So it could be done like this, cough, cough, that even though they wanted to hold their breaths, when the powder landed on their bodies, the pungent smell caused them to cough uncontrollably. Then one by one they collapsed. Feng Jiu waved his sleeve, and a light breeze blew past, dispersing the smell of the medicine. Then she looked at the white tiger lying by the tree. She was not in a hurry to walk forward. Instead, she stared into its eyes for a while before asking, "Do you want me to bandage your wounds?" She asked as she walked forward. Old Master Liu, who saw what she was doing, quickly stopped her. "Little brother Feng, you can't." Feng Jiu stopped in his tracks and looked back. He seemed puzzled and asked, "Why not?" Old Master Liu did not walk forward. He only walked out of the protective circle in the middle. He glanced at the vigilant white tiger and said, "The white tiger is ferocious by nature and cannot be compared to ordinary tigers. It is also not close to humans. If you approach it, I'm afraid it will attack you." "Oh, so that's how it is." Feng Jiu suddenly smiled and said, "But it doesn't matter. It has no strength left." As he spoke, he walked up to the white tiger's side. "The holy beast's intelligence has already been awakened. You know that I have no ill intentions, right? Let me take a look at your wound, and I'll bandage it for you." The white tiger stared at Feng Jiu and let out a low growl. It turned around and revealed its belly in front of Feng Jiu. It stared at her with pleading eyes. Everyone from the Liu clan was dumbfounded. They saw the white tiger, which had always disliked people getting close to it, turn over and lie flat on its back with its four limbs facing up. The scene was so strange that it was unbelievable. Chapter 1797. She raised her head and looked at the white tiger, finally understanding the meaning of the pleading in its eyes. She touched the tiger's body with one hand, and when her hand touched the fresh blood, her brows furrowed. She didn't expect the injury to be so serious. Where her hand touched the tiger's stomach, she could clearly feel the white tiger's life force flowing away. Its injury was more serious than she had imagined. Moreover, its amniotic fluid had broken, and its hind legs were trembling. It didn't have the strength to give birth to a cub, and this tigress was showing its belly to her. It actually wanted her to cut open its belly and take out the cub. Realizing this, her heart suddenly became heavy. Whether it was a human or an animal, the nature of a mother was always so touching. A precious white tiger that was about to step into the realm of a divine beast was willing to sacrifice itself for the sake of its offspring. Woo! The mother tiger let out a low howl, as if urging her to hurry up. That low howl made her come back to her senses. She looked at the mother tiger and revealed a gentle smile. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Let me take a look at your wound first." The mother tiger raised its belly and didn't move, just looking at her like that. The pleading in its eyes had a trace of moisture, and the tears flowed from its eyes, slipping down its fur and disappearing. "Since you want me to help, then you have to listen to me. Hurry up, don't waste time," she said softly and gently patted the mother tiger's head. The mother tiger had no choice but to turn sideways and show her the wound. Feng Jiu quickly cleaned the wound, and after sprinkling some medicinal powder on the wound to stop the bleeding, he said, "Lie back down, belly up." The people from the Liu family who were standing not far away were dumbfounded. A white tiger was flipping around and raising its belly, and that young man was touching and applying medicine. What was he trying to do? "Feng, little brother Feng, what are you trying to do?" Old Master Liu couldn't help but ask. His voice had a trace of stutter. He had lived for most of his life, but he had never seen such a strange thing. This white tiger is about to give birth, but it's injured and its life force is draining away. It doesn't have the strength to give birth on its own, so I have to cut open the mother tiger's stomach and take out its tiger cubs. Feng Jiu replied without turning his head. "Uncle Liu, please help me light a fire and move it to my side." The members of the Liu family were dumbfounded when they heard that. They stared at the young man with his back facing them. He was going to cut open the tiger's stomach like those people did before, although that was because the mother tiger's life force was depleted and she could not give birth to tiger cubs. That was too cruel. Could he bear to do it? Feng Jiu didn't hear anything for a while, so she looked back and asked, Uncle Lu? Old Master Lu met with a pair of clear and calm eyes and suddenly regained his senses. He hurriedly replied, Oh, okay. Then he instructed the people beside him. Quick, light another fire and move it to little brother Feng's side. The others also regained their senses and hurriedly picked up branches to light a fire next to Feng Jiu. They looked at the rogue cultivators who were already unconscious on the ground and couldn't help but hesitate. They looked at their family head. Old Master, how do we deal with these people? If they woke up or the medicine was cured, wouldn't it be troublesome? Chapter 1798. Feng Jiu did not even look at them and said, These people don't look like good people. Naturally, I'll just kill them and be done with it. Sometimes one had to leave a good ending when doing things. Some people could be spared, while others could not. When Old Master Lu heard this, a glint flashed across his eyes. He did not expect this young man to say that he would just kill them and be done with it. After all, he looked like he had never come into contact with such matters before. After staying in the deep mountains for so long, he seemed to be honest and pure. When he thought of this honest and pure man, Old Master Lu covered his mouth with one hand and coughed lightly. There were times when he misjudged people. This young man was not honest and pure at all. How could such an honest and pure man silently take down more than 10 powerful wandering cultivators? How could such an honest and pure man say that he would just kill them and be done with it so easily? The more he interacted with this young man, the more he felt that he was a mystery. At first, he thought that he had seen through him and thought that he was just an inexperienced young man. Who would have thought that he would change his understanding of him time and time again, bringing shock to them? After adjusting his emotions, Old Master Lu gestured to the people beside him and said, Clean them up. Yes, those men were also used to doing such things, so they responded very straightforwardly. Other than the 2 men who stayed by Lord Lu's side, the rest of the men all took out their daggers and directly slit the necks of those unconscious people. The feeling of being able to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator and a fairy realm expert with just a light swing of the dagger made the men feel a little strange. They had never tried to kill a rogue cultivator with such strength with just a single swing of the dagger. As the gray-robed old man was a doctor, although he did not step forward to help, he still took a few steps forward to watch. Even at his age, he still could not cut open a tiger's stomach. At this moment, with the help of the firelight, he watched as Feng Jiu took out a sharp dagger and shaved off the fur on the tiger's stomach. Then, he rubbed some unknown medicine on it. They could only smell a strange medicinal smell in the air. Seeing the young man's focused expression, they didn't dare to disturb him and just watched quietly. However, when they saw him use the knife to cut the bottom of the tiger's belly, the sharp dagger directly drew out a line of saliva. At the same time, blood gushed out, and the tigress howled in pain. They saw the young man reach into the hole and gently fumble inside. Not long after, a white tiger cub that was drenched in blood was held out by the young man's hand. When they saw the white tiger cub curled up in a ball, they were somewhat stunned. It came out just like that. The tigress no longer had the strength to howl. Her entire body went limp as if her life had come to an end. She tried to open her eyes to look at her child. She wanted to lick it and remember the scent of its body. However, due to the loss of its life force and the gushing of blood when it was cut open, it only felt its vision turn black before it fainted and fell into the endless darkness. Feng Jiu placed the white tiger cub on a piece of clothing that had been prepared and quickly sewed up the wound on the mother tiger's abdomen with a needle and thread. This scene made the gray-robed old man at the side unable to take his eyes off it. When he saw that the young man had stitched up the wound and no more blood flowed out, he originally wanted to ask, but he was afraid of disturbing him and forcibly suppressed the urge to ask. Chapter 1799. After Feng Jiu wiped the blood off the little white tiger's body, she wrapped it in her clothes and placed it beside the mother tiger. With a flick of her finger, a pill appeared in her palm, and she stuffed it into the mother tiger's mouth. Then, she cleaned her hands and said matter-of-factly, "Of course, the wound can only survive if it's sewn up. If it's not sewn up, it will bleed to death. But how can the skin be sewn up like clothes? This seems... He was still in disbelief. After all, he had never seen such a method before. Hearing that, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. No matter who it was, as long as they saw her sewing up the wound, they would find it strange. Of course, they had never seen it before and would naturally find it strange. Isn't Elder Lu a doctor? Then you should know that as long as it's treatable and the method is good, it could be used. She stood up with a smile and rubbed her hands. Looking around, those itinerant cultivators had been cleaned up and even their corpses were nowhere to be seen. But the elderly in gray wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Old Master Lu. All right. Why are you asking so much? Old Master Lu gestured for him to step aside before looking at Fengjiu with a smile. We walked all the way here and thought that little Brother Feng was just a herb gatherer. We didn't know that little Brother Feng had such medical skills. It's really surprising. Not really. I only know a few moves. Even if my clothes are torn in the deep mountains, I have to mend them myself. I'll get used to it after some practice. She smiled and squinted her eyes. She was a little shy and a little embarrassed. It would have been better if she didn't say that. After hearing that, even Old Master Lu's mouth twitched a few times. So this young man sewed up the tiger skin like clothes? But did he really know how to do that? In his opinion, it was not necessary. But since he didn't say, he didn't ask too much. After all, they had just met by chance, and it was normal to have some small talk. Oh, right, those itinerant cultivators have all been dealt with. The things we got from them are all here. As Old Master Lu spoke, he looked at his son beside him. Jimming, give the things to little Brother Feng. Yes. Lu Jimming unwrapped the items wrapped in cloth and handed them over. These were obtained from the loose cultivators. There are spatial rings and chinkoan bags. There should be quite a lot of things inside, but we didn't check them. Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at them. For me? I'm not giving them to you. They were yours in the first place. Old Master Lu chuckled. But I didn't kill this person. Fengjiu blinked and said, not reaching out to take it. The burly men at the side couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. They thought to themselves, is this young man stupid? There were so many things in front of him, yet he was still hesitating? Although they didn't take out the items inside, they knew that with the strength and cultivation of those row cultivators, there must be a lot of valuable things on them. But you're the one who put him down, Old Master Lu said in amusement. He looked at Fengjiu and said with a smile, Little Brother Feng, you don't have to feel troubled. Just accept it. With my Lu family's background, these things are just some small trinkets. Chapter 1800. Hearing this, Old Master Lu laughed. The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him. He was kind-hearted and would save a tigress whose life was hanging by a thread when she was being attacked. However, he was also ruthless when he needed to be and handled things cleanly. He was able to keep a straight face and not show any greed when faced with such a huge amount of wealth. After declining, he was able to accept those things without any hesitation. In his eyes, this behavior was straightforward and straightforward. It was obvious that he had a good temperament. Little Brother Feng, I wonder if your master, the dazed old man in gray asked. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Fengjiu. Old Master Lu, don't ask my master. My master is a strange person. When I left the mountain, I told you not to mention his name in front of others. Fengjiu said with a smile. I see. The old man in gray felt that it was a pity. He originally thought that if he could find little Brother Feng's master, perhaps the family head's illness could be cured. Who knew that the other party was a recluse? Even so, he couldn't help but look at Fengjiu. He carefully looked at her and asked, I see that little Brother Feng's medical skills are also very good, right? Also, those medicines are extraordinary. Fengjiu smiled embarrassedly and looked at them with some embarrassment. Didn't I say earlier? I only know a little, and I only know how to sew clothes. I don't know some herbs, but my medical skills. I can treat animals and ferocious beasts, but I don't dare to say that I can treat people. Hearing this, everyone in the Lu family twitched their mouths. All right, so he was a veterinarian. No matter how good his medical skills were, they would not dare to ask him to treat their family head. As for those medicines, she grinned. My master gave them to me for self-defense. He said that there are many bad people at the foot of the mountain, so I won't be at a disadvantage if I have some for self-defense. Understood, understood. The old man in gray sighed and nodded, indicating that he did not need to say any more. All right, let's all take a break. Old Master Lu instructed, then looked at Fengjiu. Little brother Feng, you should rest too. Okay. Fengjiu smiled and nodded, then sat down beside the white tiger. Seeing this, the Lu family members lit another bonfire. Old Master Lu leaned against the tree and closed his eyes to rest. As the night deepened, the faint sounds of ferocious beasts could be heard from the forest. The sounds of insects could be heard in the night, accompanied by the crackling sounds of burning branches. Even though they were still on guard against their surroundings, they couldn't help but feel exhausted. Apart from the 4 people who took turns to keep watch, the others gradually fell asleep. Everyone's breathing calmed down. Half of the night passed, and just as dawn was about to arrive, the sky gradually brightened. The tigress moved a little and suddenly opened her eyes. When the tigress woke up, Fengjiu, who was sleeping next to the tigress, opened his eyes and met the tigress's shocked eyes. Looking at his expression, she couldn't help but smile. You're not dead. No need to be so shocked. Chapter 1801. The tigress was dumbfounded when she saw that the wound on the tiger's stomach had disappeared without a trace. Then she saw the human in front of her remove the stitches on the wound and apply a layer of cold ointment on it. She looked at the human in front of her, then at the tiger cub lying beside her. For a moment, no one knew what she was thinking. All right, bring your child back to the inner regions, Fengjiu said as he stroked the white tiger's head. Seeing this, the tigress seemed to have made up her mind. She bit the white tiger cub beside her and pushed it to Fengjiu's side. She stood up and shook her fur. Apart from the bandaged wound on her foreleg that still hurt a little, the rest of her body had already recovered. Furthermore, the aura that she had lost in her body had also returned. At this moment, she naturally exuded the aura of a divine beast. When Fengjiu and the tigress were talking, the Lu family members had already woken up. They watched in astonishment as the tigress bit her own tiger cub and pushed it to Fengjiu. What was even more unbelievable was that in just one night, the tigress, who was originally on the verge of death, had actually regained her vitality. This speed of recovery astonished them. Awoo! The white tiger cub stretched its back and opened its small mouth to let out a soft awoo. Its voice was as soft as a cat's meow. It slowly opened its eyes and ran weakly from Fengjiu to the tigress's side with its 4 short legs. Its cute little head rubbed randomly under the tigress's body, as if it was looking for something. Fengjiu smiled as he watched the white tiger cub raise its round little head and suck desperately under the tigress's body. It even turned its head slightly from time to time to stare at Fengjiu. The cub's adorable look made Fengjiu unable to shift his gaze away. The tigress allowed the cub to eat as it looked lovingly at its cub. She raised one of her tiger claws and gently stroked the white fur of the cub until it burped. Then, she pushed it in front of Fengjiu again. The cub thought that its mother was playing with it, so it ran back excitedly. Its short tail wagged happily, and it quickly hid in its mother's soft fur. The tigress had no choice but to grab the cub again and push it in front of Fengjiu again. This action made the Lu family members stare at the sky, completely speechless. This was really strange. Why would the tigress be willing to give her newborn tiger cub to someone else? It was unbelievable that she would push the cub out again and again. Are you going to get it to me? Fengjiu asked with a smile. She was wondering if she should bring the little white tiger along. Awoo! The tigress let out a low howl and pushed the cub back to Fengjiu's side. This time, she turned around and leaped, disappearing into the forest. Awoo, awoo, awoo! The cub saw that the tigress had left and wanted to chase after her with its short legs. However, after running for some distance, it couldn't find the tigress. It couldn't help but squat there and let out a pitiful howl. Fengjiu walked forward and carried the cub. He looked at the forest and said, "You don't have to look anymore. Your mother has given you to me. You can come and see it when you have the chance in the future." Chapter 1802. At this moment, Old Master Lu was looking curiously at the little white tiger in Fengjiu's arms. When he heard his words, he smiled and said, "We can leave any time. If we speed up, we might be able to walk out in 4 to 5 days." He paused and looked at the little white tiger in Fengjiu's arms. He said hesitantly, "Little brother Feng, if you carry this little white tiger down the mountain like this, I'm afraid it will bring you trouble." White tigers were rare to begin with, much less such a small tiger cub, not to mention that he had yet to form a contract with it. Even if he did, carrying this little white tiger to a crowded place was bound to bring unnecessary trouble. If someone really set their sights on it and tried to snatch it away, he was afraid that he would be killed because of it. It was also because they had chatted along the way that he felt the need to remind this youth. "It's just a little tiger cub. It won't happen," Fengjiu said with a smile, as if he did not understand the meaning behind his words. Actually, she understood what he meant. This Uncle Lu was worried that after entering the city, the little white tiger would be targeted and snatched away, or even be killed. However, who would dare to snatch her things? Who would have the ability to snatch them away? It's always good to be careful. Why don't you form a contract with this little tiger cub first, then keep in the contract space? This way, it won't attract the attention of others. Old Master Lu suggested. After all, as long as one formed a contract with a spirit beast, one could naturally let the spirit beast enter the contract space in one's body. This way, it would be more convenient. Let's talk about it after we leave this forest. It's still small now. I still have to think of what to find for it to eat." She was a little distressed at the mention of this. Such a small tiger cub probably didn't even know how to eat meat. So where could she find milk for it to eat? We can feed it water first. When we reach the city, we could buy some goat milk or porridge and water. As Old Master Lu spoke, he gestured for everyone to clear the fire before walking down. After they walked far away, the female tiger walked out again from a certain part of the forest. She stood between the trees and watched from afar. Only when they could not be seen did she leap back into the depths of the mountain. For the rest of the day, they did not get much rest. Perhaps it was because Fengjiu's actions had left the Lu family's men dumbfounded, or perhaps it was because they could not tell what kind of person Fengjiu was. Thus, even though many people in the Lu family had designs on the little white tiger, they did not dare to act impudently. After all, it was one thing for them to be moved, but their family head obviously had a good impression of this young man. If they were to set their sights on this young man, perhaps Fengjiu wouldn't even need to do anything. Their family head would deal with them first. Another day passed. When the sky gradually darkened, they rested again. After all, it was not easy to travel at night. Fengjiu, on the other hand, was teasing the cub in her arms to drink some water. Unexpectedly, the cub didn't drink any water at all. It only sniffed and turned its head away, lying listlessly in her arms. "Not drinking? You haven't eaten anything all day. Come, lick some water." She poured some more water, but the cub still turned its head away without giving her any face. Chapter 1803. Fengjiu said helplessly, "This little thing doesn't even drink water, and there's nothing for it to eat in this forest. It would be better if it was bigger, but it's just a baby tiger." She was also helpless. Seeing the little white tiger lying listlessly in her arms, she felt her heart ache. This newborn baby tiger had been hungry for an entire day, and they were going to stay in this forest for a few more days. If it didn't drink water, wouldn't it be hungry forever? She rarely made fasting pills for cultivators, so she couldn't give it one even if she wanted to, but suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. That's it. She still had spiritual liquid in her space. She could just feed it to the baby tiger, right? With a flip of her hand, she took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, opened it, and put it next to the baby tiger's mouth. "Here, try this." Seeing this, Old Master Lu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. If humans don't drink medicine, then spiritual beasts won't either. Besides, this medicine can't be eaten casually. It's fine, it's just some spiritual liquid. There's no harm in eating it. As Fengjiu said this, he saw the baby tiger stick out its little tongue to lick the liquid. He couldn't help but squint, thinking to himself, this little thing knows its stuff. The gray-robed old man beside them smelled the scent and couldn't help but shudder. He quickly walked up to the baby tiger and sniffed it. When the rich spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance entered his nose, the old man widened his eyes and stared at Fengjiu with a pained expression. You're actually giving such a precious thing to a spiritual beast? You're such a jerk. Old Master Lu, how can you say that? Little brother Feng has the freedom to use his things however he wants. Don't overstep your boundaries. Old Master Lu frowned and said from the side. Fengjiu smiled and glanced at Old Master Lu. He knew that the old man could tell the quality of the medicinal liquid in her hand with just a sniff, so he didn't blame him. When Old Master Lu heard this, he said to Old Master Lu, Old Master, you don't know, but that bottle of spiritual liquid in his hand is definitely above the 5th grade. Above the 5th grade. He actually used it to feed a baby tiger. Even if it's not mine, it's still painful to see it. Hearing this, Old Master Lu was a little surprised. Above the 5th grade? His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Fengjiu with even more curiosity. She gave him a spiritual liquid above the 5th grade? Spiritual liquids of the 5th rank and above were treasures that would be fought over in an auction. She actually used it to feed a little baby beast? Who was this little brother Feng? Did he not know the preciousness of tier 5 and above spirit liquids? Little brother Feng, Old Master Lu, little Old Master Lu, and little brother, Old Master Lu. My master gave it to me, Fengjiu said matter-of-factly. She blamed everything on her master, who was nowhere to be seen. Hearing this, Old Master Lu and Old Master Lu looked at each other and asked again, Then do you know what grade the spiritual liquid in your hand is? Do you know what a 5th grade spiritual liquid represents? I know. It represents money. Fengjiu smiled and said, I know that a bottle of spiritual liquid can be sold for a lot of money, but my master said that I can't sell it and must keep it for my own use. Chapter 1804. They watched as the little cub drank the entire bottle of medicine and licked the corner of its mouth as if it hadn't had enough yet. Its fur seemed to have become smoother and shinier. They couldn't help but feel envious. Sometimes, humans really couldn't compare to pet beasts. This kind of treatment was not something that ordinary people could compare to. They rested in the forest for a night and continued their journey the next day. Along the way, Old Master Lu pestered Fengjiu to ask about his master, and Old Master Lu told him many things about this place. 2 days later, that evening, the Lu family lit a fire and rested. Old Master Lu and Fengjiu sat by the fire. After passing a piece of barbecued meat to Fengjiu, Old Master Lu smiled. We'll reach the city tomorrow afternoon. After staying here for so long, we can finally have a good rest when we get back. Yes. I've been eating barbecued meat for the past few days. I've lost my appetite when I see it now. When we reach the city tomorrow, let's find a good restaurant and have a good meal. She smiled again. I still want to treat you guys to a big meal. If that's the case, we won't stand on ceremony. Old Master Lu didn't decline. They chatted and laughed until late at night, when they leaned against a tree to rest. However, that night, Fengjiu, who was resting with the little cub in his arms, heard the sound of coughing, followed by the sound of uneven breathing. Old Master Lu's anxious voice and Lu Jiming's cry of surprise. She opened her eyes and saw the Lu family surrounding the tree where Old Master Lu was resting. Their faces were filled with worry and anxiety. She put the little cub down and walked up to them. Old Master, medicine, hurry and swallow the medicine. Old Master Lu's anxious voice carried a trace of panic as he poured out the medicine for Old Master Lu with trembling hands. Father, how are you? Father, don't scare me, Lu Jiming said in a trembling voice as he gently patted his father's back, trying to help him breathe. Fengjiu took a look and saw that Old Master Lu's face was covered in sweat. His face was pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. Both of his hands were clutching the front of his clothes tightly. His expression was pained, and he looked like he was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. His entire body was tense, and he fainted. Seeing this, Fengjiu hurriedly shouted at them, "Quickly lay him flat." When Elder Lu saw that it was Fengjiu, he hurriedly listened to him and laid him down. The white-haired old man's face was filled with helplessness and panic. "Little brother Feng, What should we do? What to do? Master's illness this time is more serious than the previous few times. What should we do? Father, Lu Jiming cried out in a trembling voice. He looked at his father, who was not moving at all and did not even seem to be breathing. Trembling, he reached out to touch his father. He was so frightened that he fell to the ground and muttered absent-mindedly, Father is not breathing. What? Elder Lu was shocked. He stepped forward to take a look and immediately panicked. How could this be? How could this be? Seeing that they were scared out of their wits, Fengjiu squeezed forward and half-knelt beside Elder Lu. He crossed his arms and pressed on his chest to give him first aid. At the same time, he instructed, Big Brother Lu, come over and blow air into your father's mouth. What? Lu Jiming stood there in a daze. He did not understand Fengjiu's words or what he meant. He was already dead. Why was he blowing air into his father's mouth? What was he trying to do? Chapter 1805. Without further thought, Lu Jiming hurriedly knelt down and followed Fengjiu's instructions. He lifted his father's chin slightly, pinched his nose, and blew into his mouth forcefully. Fengjiu did not stop. She continued to give him first aid until she felt that he had regained his breath. She then asked Lu Jiming to step back and untied Old Master Lu's shirt to let him rest. Cough, cough. Old Master Lu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Fengjiu in a daze, as if he did not know what had happened. Meanwhile, the elderly man in gray and Lu Jiming, who had already stepped back, widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw that the person who had stopped breathing had regained his breath and even opened his eyes. He's alive. What's wrong? Old Master Lu asked as he rubbed his chest gently. The pain this time was more severe than before. Was he really going to die soon? Father, are you all right? How do you feel now? Lu Jiming asked in a trembling voice. He could not believe that someone who had stopped breathing a moment ago could be revived. Quick, let me take a look. The elderly man in gray hurriedly squatted by the side and reached out to check his pulse. When he felt that the pulse had returned to normal, he could not help but look in shock at Fengjiu, who had already stepped aside. Did I faint again just now? Old Master Lu asked as he looked at the people around him and smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. You'll be fine after taking the medicine. The Lu family members at the side all looked at their master with complicated gazes. He had not fainted just now. He had stopped breathing. If not for that youth, he would have, at that thought, everyone's gaze turned towards the youth who was standing at the side with the little white tiger in his arms. They could not help but think to themselves, who exactly is this youth? Does he really only know how to treat beasts? But, just now, he was clearly the one who had saved their master. Why are you all looking at me? Isn't Uncle Lu fine now? Fengjiu stroked the little white tiger in his arms as he yawned and walked back. It was only the middle of the night. She decided to sleep for a while more. What's wrong? Old Master Lu sensed that something was amiss and asked. Father, just now. Lu Jiming wanted to tell him that he had stopped breathing, but he didn't know how to say it. He could only look at Elder Lu beside him. Elder Lu retracted his gaze and said to Old Master Lu, Old Master, you died just now. Hearing this, Old Master Lu was taken aback, seemingly puzzled. Dead? How is that possible? He was about to die. How could he wake up? It's true. Lu Jiming couldn't help but look at Fengjiu. If it wasn't for him, Father, you wouldn't have woken up. You really died just now. We didn't know what to do. It was little brother Feng who saved you. After seeing Elder Lu nod, Master Lu was shocked. His eyes couldn't help but turn to where Fengjiu was resting. After a while, he gestured, help me up. Since little brother Feng saved me, I should thank him personally. Hearing that, Elder Lu and Lu Jiming hurriedly helped him up and walked with him towards a youth who was squinting under the tree. Little brother Feng, Old Master Lu called out when they reached the front. Chapter 1806. Little brother Feng, thank you for saving me. Old Master Lu bowed to him solemnly. Fengjiu stroked the soft fur of the little cub in his arms and smiled. Actually, I didn't do anything. It was Uncle Lu who transferred qi to you and saved you. Lu Jiming didn't think much of it first, but now that Fengjiu mentioned it, his expression couldn't help but become a little unnatural. Although he was his father, The matter of transferring qi through mouth to mouth was really quite strange. However, he was also very happy that he could save his father by transferring qi to him. Little brother Fengjiu, I have something to ask. He sat down next to Fengjiu, as if he wanted to talk about it in detail. Uncle Lu, please ask. Fengjiu smiled. Do you know what illness I have? Old Master Lu asked bluntly. His wise gaze fell on Fengjiu's face, as if he didn't want to miss the expression on the youth's face. He wanted to know if he knew what illness he had. More or less. Fengjiu nodded and didn't hide it. He looked at him and said, You should be suffering from angina pectoris when the illness acts up. You have short breaths and cold sweat, and sometimes your chest feels tight too. Old Master Lu were shocked. He knew just by looking. Then his medical skills. Little brother Feng, you have a way, right? You have a way to save my old master, right? Old Master Lu asked in a trembling voice. When Lu Jiming heard this, he remembered that Fengjiu had saved his father's life. Now that he knew that he might have a way, he immediately knelt down in front of him without another word. Little brother Feng, please save my father, I beg of you. As long as you can cure my father, our Lu family will never forget your great kindness. Hey, what are you doing? Don't kneel to me for no reason. She jumped up and quickly jumped to the side, glaring at him. If you have something to say it properly. Don't kneel so easily, I don't like it. Little brother Feng, I came out this time to find a doctor. If you can cure my illness, this Lu will definitely thank you. Lord Lu said seriously, but there was also a trace of nervousness in his heart. The young physician before him might have already noticed the problem with his body, but he didn't bring it up. Instead, he told them that his medical skills were only superficial, and he only treated spirit beasts. If he hadn't acted up in the middle of the night, and if he hadn't happened to be here, they might have really missed this chance to live. When Fengjiu heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Lu, aren't you afraid that I'll make it worse? Seeing that he didn't directly refuse, and instead said such joking words, Master Lu was delighted and hurriedly said, I believe in little brother Feng. Fengjiu smiled and said, Let's talk about it when we reach the city. Originally, she had planned to go to the city to take a look at him, but she didn't expect him to have a relapse in the middle of the night. Moreover, his condition seemed to be quite serious. All right, Master Lu replied with a smile. His anxious heart finally relaxed. On this day, he couldn't help but hope that the sky would brighten soon so that they could leave the mountain and enter the city as soon as possible. He was anxious, so when the sky gradually brightened, they set off and walked down the mountain. Around noon, they arrived at the nearest town. They found a good restaurant and entered it. Chapter 1807. The Lu family members looked at old Master Lu. If this young man had not offered to treat their patriarch, they would not mind feasting on him. However, now that their patriarch had asked him for help, how could they still have the nerve to feast on him? Even if they wanted to eat, it should be the Lu family who treated him, right? Old Master Lu smiled and waved his hand. Since little brother Feng has said so, order a table of food and wine and have a good meal. Yes. Everyone responded and cupped their fists at Fengjiu in unison. Thank you, young Master Feng. The men of the Lu family sat at a table downstairs while old Master Lu and the others went upstairs to the side room. After ordering a dozen or so dishes, the wine and water were served, and they went straight to the main topic. Little brother Feng, may I know how to treat my illness? Old Master Lu asked. Fengjiu drank a cup of wine and said, I believe old Master Lu has already told you about the food, so I won't say more. As for the treatment, it's nothing much. You just need to take medicine for about a month after the acupuncture. Old Master Lu was secretly shocked. This illness can be cured in about a month? You'll recover in about a month, and you'll see results in half a month. Fengjiu smiled and said, Let's eat first. I'll give you acupuncture after you're full. Hearing this, they nodded and didn't say anything else. They accompanied him to finish the meal. However, despite the sumptuous food in front of them, except for Feng Nine, the other three people didn't eat much because they were thinking about their illness. After the meal, they drank a few cups of tea and changed rooms from the restaurant to an inn. In the guest room, take off your shirt and lie flat on the bed. Feng said and turned to old Master Lu. I'll teach you this acupuncture technique. In the coming days, you can treat Uncle Lu with acupuncture. With this acupuncture technique and medicine, the effect will be better. Old Master Lu was excited. Teach me? How can I do that? Usually, he would not teach non-disciples, but he actually that your medical skills are not bad. I just need to tell you the essentials. Why can't it work? Feng smiled and asked Lu Jiming to stand guard outside and not let anyone disturb him. Then, he inserted the needles while giving instructions to old Master Lu. Half an hour later, Feng walked out of the room. Behind him, Elder Lu looked at him with respect and admiration. The excitement on his old face still hadn't dissipated. Little brother Feng, how is my father? Lu Jiming asked when he saw them come out. I'm fine. I just fell asleep. Feng said, I'm going back to rest too. I've already written the prescription and sent it to old Master Lu. You can handle the rest of the matter yourselves. With that, he walked past him and headed to another guest room. You stay in the guest room and watch over the patriarch. I'll go get the herbs right away. Elder Lu couldn't hide his excitement as he walked out, intending to get the herbs himself. When Feng reached the guest room, he asked the waiter to prepare a bath for him. After taking a bath, he summoned the little tiger from his space and hugged it in his arms and fell asleep. The next morning, old Master Lu woke up feeling refreshed. The stuffy feeling in his chest that he had been suppressing all year round seemed to have cleared up quite a bit. His entire spirit was much better than yesterday, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Chapter 1808. That's right. His medical skills are really brilliant. If he's like this, his master must be even more amazing. Elder Lu sighed. If the disciple was so amazing, then how amazing would the master be? He just didn't know what kind of reclusive expert his master was. I'm relieved that father's illness can be cured. As Lu Jiming spoke, the huge rock in his heart was finally put down. I've been worried that father's illness can't be cured. If our Lu family falls into chaos, then things will be troublesome. Elder Lu shook his head. Every branch of the Lu family wants to fight for power. I'm afraid that if there's internal strife, other families will have the opportunity to take advantage of it. That will be troublesome. However, now that my body is gradually recovering, this is good news. His voice paused slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, however, you have to pass down the order that the news of my treatment must not be spread. As for that, before my body fully recovers, it can't be spread. I was thinking of using this opportunity to clear out the people in the residence. Yes, we understand. The two responded. It's getting late. Little brother Feng should be awake. Let's go. Call him to eat something together. As Elder Lu spoke, he tidied his robes and walked out. The two behind him saw that he was in good spirits. They couldn't help but look at each other and followed him out of the room. Little brother Feng. Elder Lu knocked on the door and called out. However, no one answered. Little brother Feng? Little brother Feng? Elder Lu also knocked on the door, but no one answered. He couldn't help but say, strange, could he be sleeping so soundly? Masters, the young master of this room, has already checked out and left. The waiter who went upstairs saw them gathered there and reported. He left? When did he leave? The few of them were startled and asked in unison. He left when the sun rose. The waiter paused, then said, oh, right, that young master also left a message saying that we'll meet again if fate wills it. Hearing that, Elder Lu and the others had an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Why did he leave just like that? Old Master Lu sighed softly. Along the way, I only called him Little Brother Feng. I didn't even manage to get his name out before I left. I don't know if I'll have the chance to see him again in the future. Don't worry, Master. We'll meet again if we're fated. Furthermore, I've already taken note of what he told me. I'll take care of Master's body. Elder Lu said slowly. Fortunately, he had left the prescription and taught him the acupuncture technique, so he did not have to worry too much about the patriarch's health. It's just that we haven't had the chance to thank him properly. Old Master Lu still felt guilty in his heart. This illness was cured by him, but he didn't even receive the consultation fee or any gifts. That if there's a chance in the future, it won't be too late to thank him. Elder Lu said with a smile. Besides, I think we'll definitely meet again in the future. While they were talking about Fengjiu, on the other hand, Fengjiu was walking around the market with the little white tiger in her arms. After much difficulty, she finally found a dairy goat. She couldn't help but squeeze it, and the goat's milk spurted out. She couldn't help but grin when she saw this. Quick, quick, suck it. Eat until you're full. She carried the little tiger in her arms and urged it to quickly drink the goat's milk. Although the little tiger looked silly, it was very cooperative. Its eyes darted around, and it immediately opened its mouth to gulp down the milk. After a while, its stomach was bloated. Chapter 1809. Fengjiu saw a large man running towards them, glaring angrily. She grabbed the tiger cub and wanted to run. Go, go. They're coming. Who would have thought that the little tiger cub would not let go of the ewe, as if it hadn't had enough? Being hugged and pulled, it actually hurt the ewe as well. A sharp cry was instantly heard. Bah! Ewes' cries were usually gentle, but at this moment, there was a hint of sadness. The ewe wanted to retreat, but it couldn't. It could only bleat in pain. Bah! The tiger cub seemed to be very interested in the scene. It even mimicked the ewe and made a bleating sound, which made Fengjiu's face twitch. The moment the tiger cub opened its mouth, Fengjiu held it in her arms and quickly ran into the crowd. Brat, don't run. The large man behind them glared and scolded angrily. He looked back at his ewe and scolded it again. Then, he led the ewe forward. Fengjiu stopped after running into an alley. After patting her chest, she couldn't help but be stunned. She patted her head and said, Really, why did I run? I could have just taken out the money and given it to him. I'm so stupid. Bah! Suddenly, the sound of a sheep's bleating came from her arms. Fengjiu was startled. She looked down and couldn't help but feel speechless. Bah! 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 The tiger cub seemed to have found something fun. It started to bleat like a sheep, wagging its tail excitedly. It even rubbed its head against Fengjiu's chest as if it was asking for praise. Bah! Bah your head! Fengjiu slapped the tiger's head. You're a white tiger. Why are you bleating like a sheep? Don't you have any ambition? The king of the forest bleating like a sheep? If your mother heard this, she'd be pissed. Bah! Still. She glared and raised her hand to hit the tiger cub. The tiger cub shrank back and looked at her innocently. Oh, it burped again. Seeing this, Fengjiu laughed. She reached out and rubbed its round belly. You're so full? Go play in the dimension. Then, seeing that there was no one around, she put the white tiger into the dimension. She straightened her clothes, then carried the medicine basket on her back and walked out of the alley. She wandered around the city, looking around. Treasure Trove Building? Fengjiu stood in front of an imposing and luxurious building. She looked up at the 3 large words on the building and then looked at the people walking inside. They were either cultivators or people in extraordinary clothes. Seeing this, she straightened her clothes and wanted to walk in as well. What are you doing? But before he could enter, he was stopped by someone. She pointed inside. Let's go in and take a look. What do you think of this place? You think anyone can just go in and look around? The guard at the door waved her away with a look of disdain. Are there rules here? She couldn't help but ask. She looked around again, but couldn't see anything special. Moreover, looking at the people who went in, other than their clothes being more luxurious, there was nothing special about them. You want to go in and take a look without knowing the rules? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll beat you up. The guard waved his fist in front of Fengjiu's face threateningly. Chapter 1810. However, before she could speak, she heard a voice behind her. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Why did you leave so quickly? A gray-robed old man slowly walked over. After glancing at Fengjiu, he said to the guards, He came with me. So it's Elder Tan. The 2 guards recognized the old man and bowed. After glancing at Fengjiu, they retreated to the side. Fengjiu stood there in a daze and looked at the gray-robed old man strangely. Let's go, the old man said and walked in. Seeing this, she didn't say anything and followed him. It was just entering a building. She didn't expect it to be so troublesome. What kind of rules were there? Who was this old man? Why was he helping her? The Trove of Treasures building is a place for bartering. There aren't any rules for entering. It's just that some snobs are used to looking down on people. Seeing that you don't have anything on you and your clothes are plain, they won't let you in. The old man seemed to know what Fengjiu was thinking and slowly explained after entering. He stopped and looked at Fengjiu, then glanced at the medicine basket Fengjiu was carrying. You're a herb gatherer, right? If you want to see it, feel free to look around. This old man still has matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. He didn't ask for Fengjiu's name, nor did he tell Fengjiu who he was. He only turned and left after leaving behind his words. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows, and the corners of her lips curled into a smile. This old man was cold on the outside, but kind on the inside. He was a stern old man, yet he was willing to help someone he didn't even know. She shook her head inwardly and walked in, intending to look around. A place for bartering? What good things could there be in here? He walked inside with some curiosity. When he got inside, he saw a lot of things displayed in transparent cabinets. Every item was labeled with what it was used for, and what it was to be exchanged for. It was clear at a glance. After walking around, she didn't find anything that caught her eye. However, when she was walking around, she noticed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. That feeling of staring at a prey made her frown slightly. After coming here, she had kept a low profile. She had hidden her appearance and suppressed her cultivation. Now, in the eyes of outsiders, she was just a handsome young man. There were plenty of such people on the streets, and they wouldn't attract much attention. Why would someone target her? She didn't look for the gaze that had landed on her. Instead, she walked to a counter that had some accessories and some ordinary magic tools. Let me take a look at this mirror, she said to a woman behind the counter. The woman only glanced at Fengjiu and handed the mirror over, saying, "This is a refractive mirror. It's more suitable for women to carry around. It's a mirror and also a magic tool that can refract sunlight to attack." Fengjiu used the mirror to check the person who was staring at her. Through the mirror, she saw an old man in embroidered clothes standing on the second floor staring at her. The gaze that looked like it was staring at a prey came from this old man. Chapter 1811. Yes, it's an upper-grade foundation-building elixir, the woman said, deliberately emphasizing the word upper grade. Fengjiu smiled. Ordinary foundation-building elixirs could be found everywhere in the aristocratic families of the upper continent. However, upper-grade foundation-building elixirs had very few impurities and were even more precious. Ordinary alchemists could only produce one upper-grade foundation-building elixir in 100 foundation-building elixirs. Therefore, although this mirror was a magic tool, it was not worth it to exchange it for an upper-grade foundation-building elixir. I want an upper-grade foundation-building elixir, she said regretfully. She touched the mirror and handed it back. I don't have an upper-grade one. I only have a low-grade one. The woman smiled and took back the mirror without saying anything. She did not seem surprised. Fengjiu turned around and was about to leave when a middle-aged man came to her side. "Little brother, please wait." Fengjiu looked at the man in front of her. He was obviously blocking her way with half of his body. This action made her a little unhappy, but she did not show it on her face. "What's the matter?" "Little brother, I'm the manager here. Can I have a word with you?" The middle-aged man made a pleased gesture and wanted to take Fengjiu to the back. At this moment, the old man who came in with Fengjiu was about to leave. He caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, and his expression changed slightly. He immediately stepped forward and shouted at Fengjiu, "Didn't I tell you to follow me? Why are you running around after entering this place? You really don't know the rules." He hurriedly said to the middle-aged man, "Butler Wang, this is my grandnephew. If he offends you in any way, please don't take offense." The middle-aged man saw this, and his eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at the second floor and then smiled at Elder Tan. "So this little brother is Elder Tan's grandnephew. If there's nothing else, Butler Wang will take our leave first." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed, then motioned for Fengjiu to leave with him. Fengjiu didn't say anything when she saw this. She quietly followed behind the old man and left. When they were outside, she could still feel that the gray-clothed old man's body was tense. He seemed to be nervous. She followed them quietly and did not say anything. She left halfway because someone was following them. After walking through a few streets and entering an alley, they turned into a small courtyard. After closing the door, the gray-robed old man entered the house and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he look at Fengjiu with a frown. "Young man, are you from out of town?" "I just came down from the mountain," Fengjiu said with an honest smile. The old man sized up Feng Nine. He saw that this young man was handsome and had a simple and honest appearance. In addition, his strength was only in the foundation establishment stage, and he was dressed simply. With just one look, he knew that he was not from an aristocratic family. It was no wonder that Steward Wang had his eyes on him. That Trove of Treasures building is not a good place. Don't go there again. He then said, "If you're just passing by, leave this city as soon as possible to avoid any trouble." What kind of trouble? She could not help but be curious. Although nothing had happened, the old man seemed to be very worried that she would be taken away by Butler Wang. This made her curious. Why was she being watched? Also, why was she being watched? Chapter 18:12. Fengjiu followed him out. Only then did he notice that the courtyard was filled with herbs. Furthermore, there were some grinding tools in the courtyard. It seemed that this old man was a pharmacist. "Grandpa Tan, are you the only one in your house?" Fengjiu looked around and saw that he seemed to be the only one in the courtyard. The old man replied as he arranged the herbs on the shelf, ignoring Fengjiu. Fengjiu sat down in the middle of the courtyard, one hand propping up his chin. His eyes darted around as he stared at the figure who was arranging the herbs with his back facing him. In his heart, he wondered if the Trove of Treasures building was doing some shady business in the dark. And who was that old man on the second floor at that time? "Why haven't you left yet?" After about an hour, the old man turned around and glanced at the youth sitting on the stairs in the courtyard. He frowned. "Why haven't you left yet?" Leave where to?" Fengjiu blinked and asked. "Back to your house," the old man said. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at the old man with a smile. "Grandpa Tan, didn't you say so? I'm your grandnephew. I came here this time to seek refuge with you." Hearing this, the old man was speechless for a while. This old man was saving you for you. Why did he still blame it on him? "Saving me? But I didn't see any danger." Fengjiu smiled foolishly. When the old man heard this, he felt a lump in his chest. He didn't say anything else and only glanced at Fengjiu before turning around and entering the room. Fengjiu stood up and patted the dust off his green clothes as he followed behind the old man. "Grandpa, there are 2 rooms in this courtyard. Is this one for me to stay in?" She didn't stand on ceremony and pushed open the door to look inside. The room was neat and tidy, and everything needed was there. However, the room seemed to have been empty for a long time as the table was covered in a layer of dust. In the evening, at the stone table in the courtyard, the old man stared at the few dishes in front of him in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. He glanced at Fengjiu before picking up his chopsticks and eating with a straight face. "Grandpa Tan, eat more." Fengjiu gave the old man some food. Grandpa Tan was already a cultivator in the middle stage of the fairy realm. His strength was considered very strong. But why did he suppress his strength? This was just on a whim. She felt that this old man, Therefore, for the next 2 days, she slept until she woke up naturally during the day and went out to buy groceries. She also bought some goat's milk for the baby tiger. When she was free, she would go to the old man's stall to help look after it. To put it bluntly, she just sat there and watched the old man do business. After Grandpa Tan ground the spiritual herbs into powder, he mixed them into some commonly used medicinal powder and sold them at the medicine stall in the market. Occasionally, he would bring 1 or 2 bottles to the Trove of Treasures building to barter. On the day he met her, Grandpa Tan took the medicine to barter. However, after that day, he didn't go to the Trove of Treasures building for the next 2 days. Some people who were familiar with him saw that Grandpa Tan was the only one sitting at the stall with a straight face. Now, there was a handsome young man sitting beside him. They couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Grandpa Tan, who is this young man?" Chapter 18:13. "Uncle, do you want to buy 2 bottles of medicine to protect yourself? They're new medicines that were just ground today. There are all kinds." Fengjiu asked with a smile. "It's fine. I still have some from last time." The middle-aged man waved his hand and left. When Fengjiu saw this, She propped her chin on her hand and looked at the busy market. Then, she looked at the old man beside her and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She had been sitting here for half a day, but there wasn't a single person buying medicine. This kind of business was really bleak. Just then, her stomach grumbled. She glanced at the old man beside her and smiled embarrassedly. "I'm a little hungry." Seeing this, Elder Tan took out a fruit from his sleeve and handed it to Fengjiu. "Eat. No need. No need. Grandpa Tan, you eat." Before she could finish speaking, the fruit was stuffed into her hand. She looked at the fruit in her hand and then looked at the old man who had already turned his head away. She couldn't help but smile and didn't refuse. "Grandpa Tan, what do you want to eat tonight? Why don't we go to the street and buy a few kilograms of spiced beef to eat tonight? And a few kilograms of good wine?" Before he could speak, Fengjiu stood up. "Since I have nothing to do, I'll go buy it now. I'll be back in a while." Fengjiu walked to the street as she spoke. When Elder Tan saw this, he didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly and waited for the person who wanted to buy medicine to come to him. After leaving the stall, Fengjiu's eyes flashed with a faint light. When she raised her head again, there was only clarity and honesty in her eyes. She turned a few corners and walked to the street. After buying a few kilograms of spiced beef, she was about to walk back when she saw Butler Wong, whom she had met once before, walk out of the crowd. Little brother, what a coincidence. You're also here to buy spiced beef." Looking at the person walking in front of her with a smile and greeting her like an acquaintance, Fengjiu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and grin. "So it's Steward Wong. I haven't told you what I said last time, but you were taken away by Elder Tan. I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days." Butler Wong said with a smile. "You have something to say to me?" Fengjiu blinked his eyes, his face full of innocence. "Say it. I'm listening. There are a lot of people here, I wonder if—" He smiled and pointed at an alley not far away. "Sure." She responded with a smile and followed him into the alley. However, when they reached the alley, they smelled a faint fragrance. As soon as he smelled that fragrance, Fengjiu's footsteps faltered. "Why do I feel a little dizzy?" she murmured as her body swayed and fell to the ground. Butler Wong looked at the youth on the ground and chuckled. He called out softly, "Little brother? Little brother?" When he saw that there was no movement, the smile on his face disappeared. He ordered the air, "Take him away." A man in black appeared out of nowhere. He was as fast as a ghost. He took out a sack and wrapped Fengjiu in it, then carried him back. On the other side, Elder Tan sat and waited. However, he still didn't see Fengjiu come back. He couldn't help but frown. Why was he gone for so long? Could something have happened to him? Chapter 1814. Brother Ching Yi, right? Yes. He left after buying a few kilograms of beef. The shopkeeper said. Hearing this, Elder Tan thanked him and hurried back home. Who knew that when he reached home, the youth was nowhere to be seen? He couldn't help but frown. Where could he have gone? Could it be the Trove of Treasures building? Thinking of this, he shook his head. It shouldn't be. It's just a youth. Why would they still keep an eye on him after 2 days? Moreover, there's nothing unusual these 2 days. But if it wasn't them, who could it be? If he really fell into the hands of the Trove of Treasures building, I'm afraid. He muttered softly, looked at the sky, and paced back and forth in the courtyard. He didn't have any evidence. Even if it was really the Trove of Treasures building who kidnapped him, they wouldn't admit it. Forcing his way in wouldn't work. He could only wait until the sky turned dark to investigate. Although the Trove of Treasures building was a place for bartering, there were also some shady dealings in the dark. Some clans and forces naturally knew a little, but due to the power of the Trove of Treasures building, no one dared to ask. And he had been here for so long. Naturally, he knew a thing or two. When he opened his mouth to let the youth enter the Trove of Treasures building, he didn't think too much, but he didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Trove of Treasures building. Thinking of how he had been alone for so many years, but the youth had been by his side these 2 days, and even cooked for him, these simple and not worth mentioning trifles, to an old man like him, it gave him a different feeling. After living in seclusion for so many years, he had no choice but to make a move now. He could only hope that the youth could hold on. On the other side, Fengjiu, who was covered in a gunny sack, had long opened her eyes. With her body that was immune to poison, how could a mere bone-softening smoke put her down? She only wanted to beat them at their own game, to see what the person who had been watching her for 2 days wanted to do. Accurately speaking, what did that luxuriously dressed old man want to do? The surroundings were quiet, but she could feel that there were many practitioners who had concealed their auras guarding. She closed her eyes in the gunny sack until she was thrown to the ground and the gunny sack was taken off. Only, the smell in the air didn't seem too good. It's this kid? There's nothing special about him. Why did Elder Feng have to capture him? There's no one that Elder Feng can't get his hands on. I wanted to catch this kid that day, but I let him go in the end. If I can't do it in the open, I'll do it in the dark. Anyway, I just have to bring him back to Elder Feng. Their voices drifted further and further away. Fengji rested for a while before opening his eyes. However, when he saw where he was, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was indeed a room, but it could also be said to be a cage. There was nothing in this room except for an iron cage made of black iron. Perhaps it was because there was no sunlight all year round, but there was a moldy smell inside, which was not very pleasant. At this moment, a few old men were seated in a circle at the top floor of the treasure-gathering pavilion. 3 of them looked at the old man in luxurious clothes with puzzlement and asked, "Elder Feng, what exactly is so special about that young man? You have to know that we are very careful when choosing people. Don't let any accidents happen." Chapter 18:15. It's just that even if we usually pick some people, it's extremely secretive. Moreover, most of their backgrounds are investigated thoroughly. Now, have you really sent people to investigate thoroughly? Will there be any problems? After all, we can't afford to be careless in this matter. As the old man spoke, he looked at Elder Feng. His eyes were still filled with unconcealable worry. The corners of Elder Feng's mouth twitched as he revealed a cold smile. This brat should have come from some countryside. However, he met Old Man Tan that day, and Old Man Tan protected him, saying that he was his grandnephew. Hearing this, the few people looked at each other and asked, "So that means the kid is from the countryside and has never seen the world? There's no potential trouble?" In my opinion, that's the case. However, since you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Elder Feng sneered. We're in the dark, and he's in the light. Isn't it easy to observe a person? Hearing this, the few people pondered for a while and couldn't help but ask, "What's so special about this kid? We don't need one more person, so why do we have to drag him in?" They were a little worried about having such an unknown person around. Didn't I say it? I believe my judgment of people is never wrong. Elder Feng glanced at them and said, "All right, let's leave it at that." Looking at the time, the kid should be awake. Let's go and take a look. Therefore, the few people followed him and left the top floor. Fengjiu, who was staying in the metal room, heard the footsteps outside. Her expression changed slightly, and the cunning and wisdom in her eyes disappeared. She blinked her silly eyes, and her face was filled with panic and fear. She hugged her legs with both hands and shrank into a corner. The door opened, and the few people who walked and saw the kid in the corner with panic and fear in his eyes. He clearly looked scared, but he was trying to be strong. He tried hard to calm down, but he didn't know that his trembling body had already revealed his helplessness and fear. Elder Feng, who came in, glanced at the few people beside him. His gaze seemed to say, "Look, didn't I say he's just a country kid? There's nothing to be afraid of." When they saw the expression and appearance of the young man huddled in the corner, they felt relieved. As long as there was no potential danger or trouble, everything else was fine. Who are you? Why do you want to capture me?" Fengjiu asked in a trembling voice, playing the role of a country bumpkin to perfection. His foundation, establishment cultivation, is a little weak among those people, an old man said, his gaze sweeping over Fengjiu's body. "It doesn't matter. As long as we enter that place, no matter how weak we are, we will still be stronger than those outside." Another person said, "That's true. We have prepared a lot of good things for this group of elites. Last time, there was a foundation establishment cultivator who killed a cultivator at the peak of the gold core stage. That really gave us a big surprise. The time given by the higher-ups is 1 year. We have to train them in 1 year. It's about time to start." Just like that, they stood in front of Fengjiu and discussed, as if they weren't worried that the young man would overhear the information in their conversation. Perhaps it was because they were confident that once they entered, it was impossible to leave. Chapter 18:16. You've seen him. If you don't have any objections, get someone to take him away tomorrow. Elder Feng said to the people around him. All right. They nodded and turned to leave. The door closed again, leaving Feng Jiu alone. Sensing that they had left, Feng Jiu's eyes flickered. She pondered, what were they talking about? What elites? Who was the master behind the Endless Treasures Pavilion? From their words, she could tell that they didn't know her identity. Then, they didn't know why she was Feng Jiu. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be curious. Where they take her tomorrow? That night, she didn't think too much about it. Anyway, no matter where she was, as long as she wanted to leave, she would definitely be able to leave. It was impossible for these people to trap her. After all, they would never have imagined that she was a peak sage immortal powerhouse. However, in the middle of the night, she opened her eyes in the darkness. Who was it? Why wasn't he sleeping and moving about on the roof in the middle of the night? At that moment, she didn't expect it to be Elder Tan. After all, she wasn't related to Elder Tan. She couldn't have imagined that Elder Tan would risk exposing his strength and cultivation to sneak into Endless Treasures Pavilion at night. She closed her eyes, but no longer felt sleepy. She quietly lay on the wall and waited for dawn. However, after about half an hour, a faint voice came from the roof of the house she was in. Kit, Kit. When she heard that voice, Feng Jiu was slightly startled. She raised her head in astonishment. Grandpa Tan. With the help of the night sky above, she saw the person lying on the roof. It was Elder Tan. Wait here, I'll get you out. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Tan, who was lying on the roof, left. Not long after, he pushed open the front door and entered. Elder Tan frowned when he saw the scene inside. He didn't say anything and was about to break the lock. Unexpectedly, Feng Jiu stopped him at that moment. Wait. Feng Jiu stepped forward to stop him. She looked at the old man in front of her and sighed inwardly. Grandpa Tan, hurry up and leave. I'm fine here. You don't have to save me. Do you know what you're saying? If I don't save you, it won't be long before you die. Elder Tan said with a straight face. He wanted to open the lock, but he realized that it was a black iron lock. Without a key, even a sword couldn't cut it open. I know. Feng Jiu revealed a smile. This smile was different from his usual simple and honest one. It was a shrewd and cunning smile. I saw that they had their eyes on me, so I played along and came in to take a look. I just didn't expect Grandpa Tan to find me. Looking at the shrewd and cunning expression of the young man locked in the iron room, Elder Tan was slightly startled. That's why I said it's okay. When I don't want to stay here anymore, I'll naturally leave. I can protect myself. Grandpa Tan, you don't have to worry about me. She smiled as she spoke. Her voice paused for a moment before she continued. Grandpa Tan, you should hurry and leave before they find out. Tomorrow, they will transfer me. I want to see what kind of place this treasure trove building is. Elder Tan looked at Feng Jiu with a complicated expression and finally asked, Have you really decided to stay here? Feng Jiu nodded. He smiled and narrowed his eyes. Since I have nothing to do, I'll take a look. Chapter 18:17. Not long after Elder Tan left, two men in black came in. They glanced at Feng Jiu, who was in the metal room, and went forward to open the black iron lock of the metal room. They went forward and directly put a black bag on Feng Jiu's head, took her, and walked out. In the dark, Elder Tan watched and sighed softly. In the end, he shook his head and quietly left, his figure disappearing into the night. Feng Jiu only felt that she was being pushed by the two men. She couldn't see clearly and didn't know where she was being taken until she was brought into a transportation array by the two men. Because of the dense spiritual aura of the array, even if she couldn't see, she could feel it. She was even more surprised. Did this treasure trove building have a transportation array? Wasn't it just moving her to another place? Why did they need to use a transportation array? Although she was surprised, she didn't say anything. These two men were only in charge of escorting her. Even if she asked, it would be a waste of time. Her arms were held by the two men in black. Under a strong suction force, even if she couldn't see, she could feel the world spinning. Her feet didn't touch the ground, as if she had entered a transportation space. After spinning for a while, her feet stepped on the ground again. What hit her in the face was a different aura. It was the smell of blood, a bloodthirsty and ferocious aura. She heard the sound of swords clashing and a low shout. The black bag over her head was removed, and she saw the scene in front of her clearly. It was a huge square. The ground was covered with yellow sand, without any green leaves or grass. There were a few iron cages around the square, in which were sleeping ferocious beasts. At the side of the square, there were a few men sitting on the ground. Some of those people were teenagers, some were young men in their 20s, and some were men in their 30s. There were all kinds of people, but they all had the same vigilance and ruthlessness. When she suddenly appeared here, those people narrowed their bloodthirsty eyes and sized her up. Then they coldly looked away. "Go!" The two black-clothed men beside her pushed her, and she could only follow them. With a face full of fear, she followed the two black-clothed men around the square to a house behind a mountain. It was a simple and crude house, but it was the best place to be. Other than the few powerful demonic cultivators guarding outside the house, the people inside the house seemed to have unfathomable strength. "Elder Ghost, there's a new kid." The two men in black who were escorting her stood respectfully outside the door and saluted. Without the permission of the people inside, they didn't even dare to enter. "Didn't you say it's about time? Why did you send someone here?" An enigmatic voice came from inside. The voice was soft and feminine, but it made people's hearts tremble like a venomous snake. Replying to Senior Gue, Senior Feng asked me to bring him here. He said that this fellow is simple and honest. If he is properly trained, he might be of great use. "Really? Bring it in and let me have a look." The voice came from inside again, and Feng Jiu was dragged in by the two men. After entering, Feng Jiu swallowed her saliva. Her body trembled slightly, and her face was pale as she looked at the person lying on the soft couch. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. However, his body was thin and small, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Even his face was thin and long, with a mix of green and white. He looked very weak. Chapter 1818. In the embrace of this cold, tall, and skinny middle-aged man, there was currently a half-naked, enchanting woman. The woman meekly nestled beside him. Her body was exposed, but she was not afraid of the gazes of others. Instead, under the teasing of Elder Ghost's hands, she even let out a low moan. The two black-clothed men who came and didn't dare to raise their heads. They didn't even dare to look, as if they were afraid that they would get into trouble. As for Fengjiu, her face was pale as she stared blankly. Her gaze carried just the right amount of fear, no matter how one looked at it. She was a young man who was so scared that he didn't know how to react. Seeing the ghost elder's bloodthirsty eyes move around her body and size her up, she didn't move at all. She only swallowed her saliva. Where is this? I want to go home." "Go home? Ha ha ha." The ghost elder seemed to have heard something funny and let out a sinister laugh. "After entering the palace of the King of Hell, you are all little ghosts under my command. Go home. Ha ha, wishful thinking." When the sinister voice fell, he suddenly flicked his hand, and a stream of air landed on Fengjiu's body. In that instant, Fengjiu instinctively wanted to attack, but she still forcibly endured it. Because the stream of air landed on her body, she instinctively let out an ah sound. She opened her mouth slightly, and the ghost elder flicked a pill into her mouth. Ugh! She clutched her throat with both hands and made an appearance as if she wanted to vomit the medicine out. The moment she lowered her head, bent her waist, and opened her mouth to vomit, she caught a glimpse of the waist tag that Elder Ghost dropped on the ground. When she saw the waist tag, her pupils shrank. In almost an instant, she covered up the abnormality in her eyes. "Take him out. The people outside will teach him the rules." The ghost elder waved his hand and said. He narrowed his eyes and no longer paid attention to them. Instead, he teased the woman in his embrace, causing her to laugh. When they arrived outside, the two black-clothed men pushed Fengjiu onto the plaza and turned around to report back. When the two people left, Fengjiu pretended to cough and spat out the pill under her tongue and put it away. Although she didn't eat it, she knew that it was the poison that controlled these people. Although her body was immune to poison, it was best not to eat this kind of thing. Moreover, she also wanted to research what kind of poison it was. She walked on the plaza. Because the sky wasn't very bright, the light wasn't very good. In addition, these people's faces were either covered in mud or dry blood, so she couldn't see their faces too clearly. However, what was certain was that none of them were easy to provoke like wild animals. Their eyes gave off a bloodthirsty aura. It was as if they would pounce on her if she dared take one step closer, and they would tear her. Finding an empty corner, she curled up into a ball and hugged her legs as she looked around and the people around her. Looking at this scene and then at these people, she suddenly understood where she was. However, in this place, other than those people who were devil cultivators, the majority of the people here weren't devil cultivators like her. Moreover, when she glanced at the waist tag, she saw the words Temple of Darkness engraved on it. Chapter 18:19. In the darkness of the night, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. Immediately after, she, who was sitting in a corner, saw two devil cultivators dragging a man who was on the verge of death over and pushing an iron cage to the center of the square. She saw that the man's shoulder had been slashed, and fresh blood kept flowing. He was pressed to the ground by two devil cultivators, who used a dagger to cut off the back of his foot. A mournful scream rang out once again, breaking the silence of the night. The two devil cultivators pushed the man who had his foot cut off into the cage that held the ferocious beast. Immediately after, under the gazes of the surrounding people, the ferocious beast in the cage tore the man apart, and the man's mournful and sharp screams, the bloody scene of the internal organs being hollowed out, happened just like that in front of them. The surroundings were so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Only the heavy breathing of those who saw this scene could be heard. This is the result of running away. Take a good look and remember it well. Once you're here, don't even mention the fact that you can't escape from our palms. Even if you can't escape from this place. The devil cultivator's fierce voice carried a strong warning as it spread through the air, clearly entering everyone's ears. Seeing everyone's stiff expressions, the two devil cultivators snorted and turned to leave, leaving only the bloody scene in the iron cage that held the ferocious beast. As the sky gradually brightened, several devil cultivators followed behind Elder Ghost and walked over. They only stopped when they reached the center of the square. The ghost doctor's cold gaze swept across everyone in the square, and only then did his voice ring out. "Everyone gather here." As soon as the voice rang out, everyone consciously stood up and walked to the front. The bloody cage in the middle of the square had already been moved to the side. Fengjiu also walked forward with those people. However, among the nearly 400 people, she probably looked the thinnest and smallest. She couldn't squeeze to the front, so she could only stand at the back and listen. Some of you have been here for 3 or 4 months, and some of you have just entered. There are a total of 378 of you, and there are those who are in their teens to 30s. Then, do you know why you were captured here? Elder Ghost's sinister voice rang out in the square, but no one spoke. They all quietly listened and watched. "You don't know? If you don't know, I'll tell you." His voice suddenly became vicious as he shouted in a low voice. "Among the 378 of you, only the one who survives will be qualified to become a spy for the Temple of Darkness. You are the spies that we want to infiltrate the 4 great sects. Are you wondering why I told you that you're a spy for the 4 major sects? Ha! Elder Gue laughed sinisterly. That's because we don't need too many spies. We'll have rounds of death and elimination. You won't be able to escape from here. If you don't want to die, then you can only fight. You can only try your best to think of a way to survive. Otherwise, what awaits you will only be a hair-raising death. I believe that after seeing the way the eliminated person died, you all would definitely not wish for the eliminated person to be yourselves." Fengjiu, who was standing at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Elimination by death? A spy sent to the 4 major sects? What was the Temple of Darkness trying to do? Chapter 18:20. The newcomer, come over here. Once Elder Ghost's voice came out from the front, Everyone followed his line of sight and landed on the skinny youth in green clothes at the very back. In their eyes, this youth was the weakest among all of them. Fengjiu, who was standing at the very back, saw everyone's gazes land on him. He hesitated for a moment before walking forward with some fear. Perhaps it was because of Elder Ghost's words, but the people blocking the way all moved to the side to make a path for him. What are you doing? Fengjiu asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Elder Ghost with a very weak expression, and his legs trembled slightly. Nothing. Elder Ghost narrowed his small eyes and revealed a sinister sneer. You look like a soft-footed shrimp, but that old thing still brought you in. Since it's like this, I naturally have to treat you a little differently. When everyone heard this, they all had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. Fengjiu waved his hand and suppressed the fear on his face. He said embarrassedly, No, you don't have to treat me special. I'll be the same as everyone else. This old thing, with his sinister smile, it was obvious that he was up to no good. Elder Ghost narrowed his eyes and stared at Fengjiu. He laughed sinisterly. Wait until you pass this stage. This death elimination will start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a ferocious beast appeared beside him. Roar! It was a ferocious beast at the peak of the holy beast level. It was ferocious and was called the demonic corroding tiger. It was different from the commonly seen tiger species. This demonic corroding tiger's fur was as hard as iron. Two sharp tiger fangs that were about the length of a finger protruded from its mouth. There were 3 red patterns on the left and right sides of the tiger's face. Its bloodthirsty eyes revealed a ferocity that made one's heart tremble. This was Elder Ghost's contracted beast, a ferocious beast that was only 1 step away from becoming a divine beast. Now, he had summoned it just like that. When everyone saw this ferocious beast, their eyes flashed, and they could not help but take a few steps back. They stared at the demonic, corroding tiger in a defensive manner. Elder Ghost had suddenly summoned this demonic, corroding tiger. Even the strongest person among them would find it difficult to fight this ferocious beast alone. However, at this moment, some people's gazes fell on Fengjiu with complicated expressions. They saw that the green-clothed youth standing at the front had a confused expression. His body trembled, and his face was pale as he stared with his eyes and mouth wide open as he stared at the ferocious beast that had suddenly appeared in front of him. He did not know whether he was scared or not, as he did not know how to retreat. Or not. The ghost elder squinted his eyes and rubbed the head of the corroding demon tiger beside him. His eyes, however, stared at Fengjiu sinisterly. Go, bite off this brat's leg. As soon as she finished speaking, the corrosive devil tiger let out a ferocious roar. Its entire body shot forward, its mouth wide open, revealing its sharp, bloodthirsty fangs as it pounced towards Fengjiu. Fengjiu stared blankly. She stared blankly until she heard Elder Ghost's words. When she saw the majestic and ferocious corroding devil tiger roar and pounce at her with its mouth wide open and its fangs bared, she let out a sharp and panicked scream as if she was frightened. Her voice was sharp and ear-piercing. It carried with it the pressure of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It suddenly rang out and pierced through everyone's eardrums while they were still in shock. Their eardrums hurt and their hearts suddenly jumped.